The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Crowman, and I'm joined by my other host, as you can hear, Lady Che. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey.
I was telling Jesse about being a villain.
Base villain in Black family.
I said, yes, I shot to Rob from Black Light Revelations, that boy. And I was like, as a man though, he's a man. That right there was like, I was telling him about this little private thing that I was telling Jesse about. Right, and I was like, I've been a villain. I said for at least 38 years, because I'm like 44, right? So like at least 38 years. I said, well, ask my brother how long I've been a villain. I said, he's been a villain, so I've probably been a villain his whole life. So he's 2 years younger than me, and he's definitely been a villain. I said, don't let that handsome man out there in the living room
there, Shabaka.
Isn't no
Hold
villain.
on, Lady Che. I gotta get to the show.
God damn it.
Hey, greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant.
What's going on with you?
So this is season 4, episode 25, part 3 continuation, since we didn't get through part 3 last night.
We just got out of the Shabbat Black experience.
We've been doing a double header.
Yeah.
So we are discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 3.
My fault.
And that is millions of Americans are struggling to keep up with bills, major financial crisis unfolding. And we got Black Chicago citizens beg for housing while migrants move right on in.
That's a real epidemic.
And you mean to tell me, man, ain't none of them motherfuckers that's getting smashed yet?
No, not yet.
I'm surprised. Me too. I'm really surprised.
They're kicking it with the Venezuela. They said that they're homies. They cool with them.
No, man. No.
Yeah, I've seen a video of the Black Gangster Disciples kicking it with them.
Yeah.
No, man.
Chilling. I'm like, wow.
This my nigga right here. I'm like, oh my God. Then we got.
We just too accepting as a people, man. I really think that.
No, and I figure Chicago would be one of the first places to start smashing them motherfuckers.
Right.
You would have thought so since they made all this funk earlier in the year. And now they backpedaling like we great and we good and shit. But then you still got black people sleeping on the street. Like what the fuck is up with that? You think they're gonna let you in your
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is the titles. Diddy got arrested by Homeland Security, charged in 14-page indictment, and judge refused bail in RICO case. Then we got VP, Scurry Malik ain't black, Curry Mala promised another scammy reparations study at the NABJ, which is
National Association for Black Journalists.
And then breaking news, Black family, Kamala here takes questions about at Black journalist event, and she finally says she says she's black. She didn't say she was a black woman. She said, I'm black. Like Tiffany. Even though I still
so that's double speak on her. I'm not gonna do that just for black people. No.
Then we got Unhoused neighbor news.
Right.
Illegal migrant news. Got a lot of that. Then we got unhoused neighbor sweeps and unhoused illegal sweeps. So those are the topics for tonight.
All right. It's 9:41, man. I can give you till about 10:30.
10:30? It's like an hour. Okay, Shabaka.
Yeah, because I got to go to the doctor tomorrow.
All right, well, we're going to hop right into it.
I'm like that. I'm like that too, Shabaka. I think it's because we get old. We're like, look, man, I got to get some sleep. Lord knows, I got to go to the doctor tomorrow. I the same way. Like, you know, I got to go to the doctor tomorrow.
Yeah, so we're going to try to breeze through this. So we got millions of Americans are struggling to keep up with bills. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. She's going to give us the update on this.
All right. I ain't heard from her in a while.
Constantly getting worse.
Yeah.
And I notice these politicians on the campaign trail, neither one of them are really addressing this. And, everything is going up and salaries are
Various
not. And that's a big problem. You can't keep paying people the same salaries and then everything out here in the economy, food, housing, gas is constantly going up. So yes, you're going to have a situation where people are going to get frustrated and say the hell with it. And that's what's going on. So Americans are falling behind on their bills. And they said it's at an alarming rate. So signs are struggling to keep up with their bills, are setting off alarms on Wall Street. Shares of consumer lending companies slid this past week after executives raised warnings about lower income borrowers who are struggling to make payments. So these bank executives are saying that, many are rattled by what they are seeing out here in the economy. And they know there is a huge problem with the health of the US economy. Investors have been on high alert for any clues that a recession is in store after 2 years of higher interest rates. The Federal Reserve is expected to start lowering rates, and they're saying we should start seeing this in the coming week. And some investors fear it might be too late. So, on top of soaring grocery prices and just about everything out here in the economy is jacked up as far as prices are concerned, people have been dealing with higher interest rates on their credit cards. The average rate as of May is 21.51%. That is crazy, according to Fed data. And that's up from around 15% back in 2019. So it certainly explains why it's harder for people to keep up with payments, especially for those that don't earn much. So around 9.1% credit card balances turned delinquent over the past year, the highest rate over the past decade, according to the Federal Reserve. In general, there have been bigger issues for people in the bottom half of the income spectrum. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do remember JP Morgan Chase came out earlier this summer, and they were also sending out warnings about, the consumer is really slipping financially, and that is really growing. And they actually said something a little earlier in the summer about this. So, charge-off rates, referred to as balances that card issuers write off because the borrower is unlikely to pay. And it tells you if people do get behind on their bills in this environment, it's tough to get out of it. Yes, it is. With all of this inflation, it's virtually impossible, not unless they get some kind of help. If you are unable to get help, you are really sinking in this economy. And it's only going to get worse. And I know a lot of people are talking about voting for Trump because, they believe he's going to get rid of this inflation. That's impossible. The dollar was sitting at a whole different position when Donald Trump was in office. And the dollar is really a lot weaker now in 2024 than it was in 2016 and even 2020. So the stocks decline is going on when it comes down to car payments. So they're saying there's a record-breaking number of people that are falling behind on car loans. Not surprised. Not surprised at all. So, I mean, this is all fine and good that you're letting people know what's going on, but they don't have no solution for this, and there's no solution for it in the article. You know, this economy is so messed up. For them to be campaigning out here and not mentioning how bad things are is a travesty as far as I'm concerned. You know, Kamala just spoke about mainly price gouging
I
with
agree,
the
Lisa.
food, but
It is
actually
expensive.
everything out here is being price gouged. Let's be real. Everything is being price
Yep.
gouged right now.
Everything.
It's not just the food. So, y'all, please tell me what you think about this article. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit
So
on the
Frontline
notification
Black
bell.
News.
And I'll see you on the
Right.
next video. Peace, family.
Peace. All right. So, what are your thoughts on this, Shabbat?
Just like what I said in the chat room, the Democrats and the reptilians are in cahoots with each other on this bullshit. Is because they want everybody to download these goddamn apps, so therefore they can go hijack your personal information. And to hijack, huh?
Download the app.
What app?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that shit. You see what I'm saying? Like the same thing they're doing on these goddamn cars. You know, they want people to finance cars off a fucking app. Man, I ain't never carried a goddamn car no before in my life. Which the fuck I would, man. Finance a piece of shit that is designed to fall apart in 3 years, and you gotta finance the motherfucker for 8 years. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's bullshit is what it is. Actually, man, it's extortion is what it is.
Yeah.
But I'm just an old bastard. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
That's right.
You still got your scruples. All right, go ahead, Lady Che. What's your thoughts on this?
I mean, I just said that, you know, the food price is ridiculous. Like, when I left your house the other day, I went across the way to the Walmart, and I like, this is what I wanted, right? I had the bread, so it's not like I didn't have the bread to go buy this shit. I was like, all I wanted was a motherfucking sandwich. I'm going home. It's late at night, and me and Jesse were gonna meet up at my crib, right? And so it's like what 9, almost 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
So it's like almost 10 o'clock. I'm riding through Walmart. All I wanted was a sandwich or something like something quick. And maybe a like a bag of grapes, like a pound of grapes. I was feeling like some fruit and a possible drink, right? And I was like, I'm only willing, in my mind, I had plenty of bread, but in my mind, I'm only like willing to spend like $12. Okay, I can make this work for $12. Yeah, I know I can, right? But so I get over there, and I'm just cruising through the store because I ain't been in the Walmart since, you know, for a while.
All the Targets too.
They feel like
oh yes, sir.
Walmart, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know,
Walmart.
I ain't been in the Walmart since we started boycotting Walmart. And I just felt like it was getting late, and I didn't feel like going to 7-Eleven because even if it's convenient, the convenience fee is like, damn, everything's so fucking expensive. So I decided to go over there and check out the Walmart real quick just to ride through because it's the only thing open at this point. So I'll go in. I was like, I found a $6 motherfucking like a 1.5 foot sandwich. And I was like, I put that in my arm, like, yeah, $6. Now at this point, I was like, I kept looking around, and I could have got a bag of grapes for like pound of grapes, but it started off at $4.89.
Oh hell no!
I was like, cuz they're smoking crack rocks in me, right? And then I go around the corner, and I'm thinking maybe I'd grab me like a you know, like a nice little cold drink to drive home with, right?
Yeah. So
I'm right around to the cold drink section and shit, and I'm looking around. I was like, you know, I don't really know what I'm not really like in the mood, but I don't know what I want to drink, you know? It's kind of browsing. Everything's like $3. Everything starts off at $3 to $4. There's not even a middle ground. I'm like, God damn, man. For real? Like a $2, a 2 liter is like $4 now? I was like, where is it? There used to be a section where the 2 liters were like the basic Walmart standard brand was like, it was like a 3 liter for $2.
Yeah, those days are over. I
was like, where that section at? Let me look. You know, that section's gone. It's like there's no such thing anymore. I was like, God damn it, man. So I left before I got like, because like I said, I had plenty of money to spend. I was like, I don't go leave because I get scared when I overspend or underspend. I just like to stay like, well, I got me a sandwich. That's all that matters. It's $6 sandwich. All that matters. So I said, I got some Crystal Lights at the crib. I'm just gonna go home and make me a little drink, like a little water drink.
Mm-hmm.
And I get home. The whole time I'm gripping my sandwich. I was like, $6. I was like, man. I said, I remember when they were like $5. Now it went up all dollars. I was like, everything's just it's super expensive. Bread, like is like, man. Do you remember the days where you get a loaf of bread for like 59 cents?
Yep.
Those days are like, I mean, I know that I'm not that old.
Remembers the days where you could get a damn loaf of bread for like a
That's
$1.
it.
Yeah, you used to be able to take your $1. You used to get you a bag of 5 cent potato chips, a 25-cent soda, a 5-cent candy bar. Okay, so what is that? That's 35 cents right there. And one of those damn Hostess pies, man, I think at the time, man, was like about 25 cents as well, too.
Mm-hmm. But how much was a loaf of bread back then?
Okay, a loaf of bread was about 25, 50 cents, you know what I'm saying? And then you have to keep in mind is the way how this shit is going whack, okay? Is that they want everybody to do this app shit. Goddamn Microsoft want to charge you for shit, man, to download apps on your computer. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
see, these goddamn politicians, man, these motherfuckers ain't doing a goddamn job because all these motherfuckers is crooks. You see? All of them is fucking crooks. And notice that not one motherfucker.
It's best to go to like Sam's Club or something now to get food.
Okay, but hold it. You got to be a member of Sam's Club.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Same thing with Costco. And that membership.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to be a member. So what the fuck they charging you for the goddamn membership, man? Is how they making their money.
Yep.
You
see what I mean?
$50 last year. Now it's like 75.
For Costco or for
well, like you got a Sam's Club by your house.
Sam's Club, yeah.
And then it's like, man, like I think collectively we should all share a membership.
No, collectively, what the black community needs to do is build up its own resources.
Yeah.
No, she's talking about us, Shabaki.
I'm talking about us, like collectively.
What happened? What happened? Okay, folks, it looks like our Denver office, has lost its connection. Okay, and
okay.
Can you hear me now?
The browser connection. Can you still hear us, Shabaki?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, like collectively, I was like, man, we just gotta like be cheap about this shit because this is so bad. Like, until somebody get a hold of how to change the way the food is regulated now, through policy on the federal level, we're gonna be fucked.
Not just the food, everything.
Yeah,
the price of everything don't want.
I mean, especially like with the farmers, like we depend, like nobody really takes any credit. We didn't give any credit to the farmers and the agriculture,
and of course the truck drivers that deliver that shit.
Like farmers and truck drivers, like I mean, like they, the ones that take care of the breed the animals for us to eat, motherfucker, that grow the food for us to eat in the stores. You know what I mean? Like a lot of shit's grown in the United States, right? Like we don't have shit just coming in.
Yeah, in the good old state of California.
Right? It's all grown in the United States mostly, except for certain fruits, right?
Yeah, certain fruits.
Okay, but you got to be careful. See, that shit's coming out the San Joaquin Valley. That shit is goddamn GMOs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, that's what's fucking everybody up is these damn GMOs. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Them GMOs been going on for a long time. At least since I was a young girl. That should change. That changed all of our dynamics.
Okay, and the way how you could tell the GMO. Okay, let's say you go to the grocery store and you buy a watermelon, right? Slice that motherfucker in half, and if it ain't got no seeds in it, it's a GMO. If
They
it
ain't got-
does not have any seeds in it,
remember the watermelons when we were coming up Shabaka? They all have black
all had
seeds.
black seeds.
right.
And
Now they're all white.
yeah, they're all white or like kind of translucent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, see that. Okay, lady, check. That's how you know it's a GMO. You see what I'm saying? And you don't eat that shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was telling Jesse about how the fruit is now. I said, I was eating nectarine. No, I was eating peaches at his house, right? He had a little bag of peaches of like maybe four in a bag or whatever. And I was eating them at his house, like, you know, one here, one there. And the fruit, now the fruit of a peach, man, I remember when you got the peach would be like so messy. You know, you'd be like all down your arm and shit, your whole face be all messed up, right? But the meat around the pit would be gripping the pit, right?
Yeah.
And you know, you took a little while to clean the little pit off, and then you know you throw it away, whatever. Right? But the pit now be falling out the fruit.
Seed.
It be falling out the fruit. The fruit like dry. It seemed like there's no moisture in it. Like really dry fruit. It feels like that to me. Like, you know, like I'm like, man, what's wrong with it? And everybody says because I had COVID and like
your taste buds.
He said like I let my brother say I lost my taste buds, but I know what dry fruit and dry shit is. You know, like nobody wants dry fruit. Like it ain't got no. It feel like there's no juice flow, no energy juice to it, no nutrients. Like it's just dry. Like watermelon dry as fuck. You know what I mean? Like there's no moisture to it. Everything's like that. Like it seems like really dry fruit. Like I was eating mangoes like one day, remember? I said mango dry as fuck. And you like, what that mean? I was like, it ain't got no moisture. I miss the messy shit. You know what I mean? I do. I really miss the messy stuff because then I knew it was real. You know?
Yeah, them days are over. Yes, we're still there. No, I'm just letting you talk. Right here. Yeah, so we definitely need to do something about this.
You're not sharing nothing, baby. You got to share the next.
No, I'm not sharing nothing because the computer went to sleep.
Oh, is it awake now?
Yes.
Okay. I can't help him because I don't got access to this part of the stream yard. And finally, a girl off the fucking off the whatever StreamYard was on, they let me back in. They said I can start showing my show again. They punished me.
Bastards.
Well,
so get ready. I keep hearing that we're going into another recession, worse than what 2008 was. It's more like a depression.
Recession. Yeah, see, a recession ain't nothing but a fancy ass term because they don't want to use the term depression.
And there's another jabby jab on the way.
Oh yeah, well I'm not taking it. I sure the fuck ain't.
Don't say it. Don't say those words.
What?
Just say something else besides that. Say we'll take the video down.
Yeah, because you know
back then ain't coming back again.
Yeah,
that was
the trial run. That shit was just a trial run.
Now what they're gonna do is see. This is why they want everybody see. They telegraphing their punch. The way they telegraphing their punch, man. They want everybody to do this app shit. You see what I'm saying?
Get the app.
Yeah. Get the app. Get the app. And man, and do you know how intelligent or how educated you got to be, man, to work that shit? Is because I remember one time when I was in Panthertown, I'm riding a bark, right?
Yeah.
And I'm seeing all these motherfuckers, man, with the trains coming up through West Oakland, going to Concord, going to Antioch. All these motherfuckers, laptops, briefcases, suits, and here's the cold part. Now, one of these motherfuckers is speaking a word of English. Now, you tell me, Now you tell me. You know what I'm saying? You tell me. You know. And then,
that's how
like
I
you
recall
said,
it. That's how it was when I was there in 2019.
And then on top of it too is that you know, you got the, what did you call them, the Brahmins? You know what I'm saying? You know, who look at us as untouchables. Now let me give you a word of advice, man. If you piss one of them motherfuckers off, man, you're gonna have a fight on your hands. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please continue, man. Let me take this call.
Okay.
Dr. Bay, how you doing, man?
Hey, Dr. Truth Bay. Tell Dr. Truth Bay we said hi. Diddy indicted. They got you ass, Mr. Postman. This is that video. So many videos. So many videos. I'm trying to find a video about the Black Chicagoans. Oh, it's TD hip hop. It's gotta be TD hip hop.
I'm like, where is your cuz?
It's all over the place. The shit is everywhere.
I'm like,
I got 1,001 windows open.
Like, dude, like,
I had to open
you
up.
better.
I had to
You're
open.
better than this.
I had to open up a whole new window.
You're so much
Here
better.
it is.
I'm like, come on, man.
Shout out to Brother Tony.
Don't just use the internet, unleash it with ultra fast speeds and with Price for Life internet.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. Black Light said immediately unsubscribing. I know, I'm just so unprofessional.
Black Light.
But at the end of the day, or I should say at the end of the day, at the start of this stream, you know, folks are getting what they voted for, right? That's just the reality of it. I'm going to start here from the jump. Brandon Johnson in Chicago. He told you all what he was about from the jump. Mayoral challenger Brandon Johnson unveils plan to help migrants, refugees, and immigrants. He told you what he was about from the very beginning. You know, here's another article. Chicago mayoral candidate Brandon Johnson unveils plan to support migrants. You know, he let everybody know what he was about. You know, but folks voted for him anyway in Chicago, and now they're regretting it. Now they're regretting it. And the same thing goes with, you know, Joe Biden. You know, he told you all what he was about, especially and specifically. I'm targeting the Black population, as Trump would say. I'm targeting the Black population right now. When Joe Biden was asked about reparations for the Black population, he told you all that he was going to give it to the Hispanic community, and that's kind of how we're seeing things play out. He told you straight up, you know, and I think he got 90-some-odd% of the Black vote. Let's just play that though, in case you think I'm lying. Here goes the video. Many of you have seen this 1,000,001 times on this channel, but let's run it one more time.
And do you support reparations?
Look, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance.
Sleepy Glitch and Joe.
Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America, and we should invest in them. Everybody will benefit from it, every single American, and you should get used to it. This is a nation of immigrants. That's who we are. That's why we're who we are. That's what makes us different, and we should invest in them.
Thank you, Mr. Biden. Senator Klobuchar, you had your hand up.
Goddamn.
I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, these guys, they tell you who they are and what they're about, you know, and I don't know, some of us are just so hard-headed, we vote for them anyways, and then we complain about it afterwards and cry about it afterwards. I don't know what to tell you, you know. Not the guy that I'm voting for, though.
I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country.
Trump would never.
Oh my God.
Trump would never. But in all seriousness, though, man, we're watching everything play out exactly how the Democrats said that it would play out, because everything that we're seeing happen is precisely what they said is what they were going to do. They're doing what they said they were going to do. So as we continue to move forward, and with the election on hand, right? It's about a month and a half away. The real question is are you gonna, vote blue no matter who? That DNC chip gonna activate, and you're gonna vote for them again anyways, after the fact that they've already told you numerous times what they're going to do moving forward. We've watched the clip of Elizabeth Warren. I've read the article where she was speaking on behalf of Kamala Harris in an interview where she was discussing how they're going to make sure that they fully fund the border, which means we're going to process illegal immigrants coming into the country faster. And on top of that, she said that she was going to make sure to send money, resources to cities and states that are housing migrants, cities and states like Chicago and New York and Washington, D.C. and Denver and whatnot. And Chicago is definitely in desperate need. They're definitely in desperate need because getting back to Chicago, which is the main city of discussion for today, Chicago has fallen into a deficit of $1 billion behind your new neighbors. $1 billion in the red behind their new neighbors. I want you to think about that for a moment in the midst of past reparations talk. Right? I want you to think about how reparations is going to bankrupt the nation. Reparations is going to bankrupt your city if they do it locally. Reparations is going to bankrupt your state if they do it in the state, right? All this stuff, they can't do for you because it's going to bankrupt it, right? That's what you've been told. But as we can see, and what I've stated over and over again, when it comes to the DNC, they can do what they want when they want, because when it comes to the migrant crisis, when it comes to all type of resources and funding concerning going towards Biden and Harris's migrants, despite what the polls say, despite how unpopular it is, they do what they want to do, and they make it rain, so much so that Chicago is $1 billion in the hole. $1 billion in the hole. But then again, once again, I'm going to keep saying this, they're doing exactly what they told you they were going to do. So we can't really be that surprised now, can we? Pritzker says city leaders have not approached the state about Chicago's budget deficit. Let's just go through this very quickly. As Chicago grapples with a nearly $1 billion budget gap in the coming year, the city shouldn't count on the state to help fill it. J.B. Pritzker said, you better call somebody out. He's not bailing out Brandon Johnson. At least it doesn't look like it yet. And this wouldn't be the first time that J.B. Pritzker played Brandon Johnson for a fool. But we're not going to get into all that right now because I don't want to go off the rails of this live stream. Let's carry on. Pritzker said he's reading things in the newspaper about relief Chicago may want from the Illinois government. But at this point, that's not something his budget team is thinking about. So he said, I'm reading this stuff in the paper just like you guys are reading in the paper. And apparently, allegedly, we're going to bail them out. But that's not what we're thinking about right now. Oh, J.B. Pritzker is going to play Brandon Johnson for a complete fool. Like I said, it wouldn't be the first time. Right. J.B. Pritzker said, we don't plan our next budget until I introduce it in February. And I don't think there'll be a supplemental that will be discussing, and I don't think there will be any supplemental that will be discussing what the city would want, though we haven't been asked. The article continues to read, Mayor Brandon Johnson released a forecast in late August estimating the city is facing a $928 million budget gap in 2025. That's on top of the nearly $223 million deficit this year. Oh man, just all in the red for your new neighbors, man. New neighbors getting it all in Chicago. Y'all not getting nothing. Citizens ain't getting nothing, but your new neighbors are getting everything they want. $1 billion in the hole, that's $1 billion plus. 982 million plus 223 million. Anyways, the article continues to read, I'll start there again. That's on top of a nearly $223 million deficit this year, which the administration announced Monday it will tackle by implementing a hiring freeze and limiting travel and overtime. So no more of that overtime money, okay? Even if Trump gets into office and he puts in place no tax on overtime, y'all not getting any of that anyways, you know, because there's no overtime in Chicago because we got to pay for your new neighbors and all this housing that they're getting that you don't have access to, okay? Because apparently there's a housing crisis in the country. There's a housing crisis in Chicago, but Biden's migrants, Harris migrants, they're not finding trouble finding houses, but you are. And we're going to get to that in just a moment. Chicago public schools. This is just ridiculous and sad. Chicago public schools, which like Illinois has a fiscal year beginning in July, is also projecting deficits for its next fiscal year and will likely have a shortfall this year as well, given the fact that teachers union contracts that that's currently in negotiations is expected to add to the deficit's bottom line. Oh, the teachers union, they're not doing nothing. They're not teaching your kids nothing in Chicago. I know those state exam tests and whatnot concerning reading and mathematics. I know that it's a sight to see, unfortunately. And you got this contract that's in negotiation. They're going to want more money for nothing. They're going to want more money for failing to teach your kids into city schools and adding to the deficit. That's crazy work. But in other news, how does it go? What is it in SpongeBob SquarePants, right? You have all this going on, and then they flash to that card that goes, meanwhile, right?
Yeah.
All this is happening. Meanwhile,
days later,
the Gomez family.
Let's rewind it back just a little bit. I got to take it from the top. Meanwhile,
today, the Gomez family officially welcomed friends to their new home in North Austin.
Oh, hell no.
Gabriel Gomez tells us it's his dream. This is what he wanted for his children. It is the first home for this family of four, and it is the first time they have lived in anything bigger than one bedroom for 8 years.
¿Cuál es la reacción? Nosotros estamos muy felices.
Eyuvele Surengel says they are very happy, and this is an important step for their family. Originally from Venezuela, they worked in food service as an auto mechanic, delivering food, factory work. When they first arrived in Chicago in 2022 as new arrivals, they landed at Grace and Peace Church. This home is the first of 4 distressed West Side homes the church bought, rehabbed, and sold.
I want you to notice the highlighting of how they worked, and they just got here in 2022, right? They got here in 2020. Do they have any substantial credit history that would even allow you to qualify for a home? Substantial work history, substantial like anything like that would allow you to qualify to even buy a home? Like that's crazy work. But let's highlight how they emphasized on they worked and worked and worked and worked. That's a subliminal. They're just letting you know that, you citizens are just lazy. You just don't want to work. They got here in 2022. Across the board in 2022 under Harris's watch and already buying a home in your city. Where, let me pull this up on the screen right now. We're going to get back to the video in a second. They're buying a home in your city. Meanwhile, you're over here struggling, can't buy nothing. Let me zoom in on this. I know I'm not trying to be mean, right? I'm really not. But look, she over here crying. Look at it. 24 South Side residents losing their homes. Push for housing reform. This is our city. No, it's not. No, it's not your city. Look, she crying and everything. She crying and everything. And I don't say that like I said, to be silly or to make fun. Or I'm just highlighting the reality of what's going on out here. She over here crying, saying that we need housing reform. And she crying. You know what I'm saying? But hold on just a second. I'm getting too ahead of myself. And the slang is coming out. I said, you know what I'm saying? Let me get back into like more of like my proper English voice. Let me fix the screen. Give me just a second. And let me get back into character. Let me get back into character for a moment. As you can see, the woman here on the south side of Chicago is crying. She's crying because, you know, Chicago citizen, been in the city most likely her whole life. You know what I mean?
She's from Chicago.
And she can't buy housing. Right? They're getting kicked out of their housing. Gentrification is going on. All type of stuff is going on over there. I'll read a little bit of it because there's a lot that's to this article here. I strongly suggest you read this article. If I remember to, which I hopefully I will leave this article pinned in the comment section below. But we'll just start here. I just want to read the first paragraph off. Neighborhoods like Woodlawn, where the Barack Obama Presidential Center is being built, and Barack Obama and your new neighbors are getting you out the paint. That's crazy work. Neighbors like Woodlawn, where the Barack Obama Presidential Center is being built, have seen rapid development recently. And activists on the South Side say reform is needed to protect residents before they lose their home. Biden's migrants didn't need reform. They didn't need none of that. We know that they want South Shore, just like they wanted Woodlawn and Kenwood, said Christina Powell, who was recently evicted from her family home in Woodlawn. People need to wake up before we find ourselves among the unhoused. Powell was among several Southside residents who spoke at a news conference Thursday outside Jackson Park Terrace Apartments. They, along with others, are joining forces to push for housing reform and protection from rapid gentrification. But you know who isn't worried about like rapid gentrification? You know who isn't pushing for housing reform because I guess they don't really need to? Is, you know, this family that we're going to get back into right now. Let's jump into it. They're doing great. They are doing amazing. Just got here 2 years ago. Don't speak no English, no nothing. I don't even know if you got any credit history, but got a new house in Chicago. Meanwhile, you know, Black residents on the south and west side of Chicago are literally crying because they can't get housing and they're being kicked out of their housing and gentrified out of it. I mean, listen, city and state quickly moves thousands of migrants from shelters into homes across the south and west side. But will they stay? At the time of this article, and I've referenced this article so many times, this article was written, I believe it was back in May, if I remember correctly. And back in May, when this article was originally written, talking about how Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker were moving in thousands of migrants into the south and west side of Chicago. I believe this article reads that it was somewhere around like $54 million that they had spent at the time back in May. You know, that has gone well over $100 million.
Easily.
That's gone well over $100 million. They didn't need any type of housing reform, any type of voting from the public. They didn't care about polling numbers. No, nothing. They didn't care about what the citizen population think. The DNC makes things happen when they want to make it happen, especially in states like California and New York and Illinois. That is a DNC stronghold. It's blue from top to bottom. They make things happen when they want to make it happen. But when it comes to its citizens, once again, its citizens are out here in tears. Literally crying, crying, saying we need reform. No, you don't need reform. You just need, you know, stop voting to vote Trump in 2024. Outside from that, you just need, you know, the DNC people that claim to love Black people so much. You just need them to actually treat you fairly with some equity and equality. They like to talk about equity and equality a lot, don't they? Everything is about equity and equality and equal rights and all that kind of stuff, you know, but we see who's receiving priority in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. We see. And once again, they told you that they were going to receive priority. They literally told you that they were going to receive priority. They told you this a million times over. But that's enough of me yapping right now. I want to get back into the actual story. But before I do that, please hit the like button if you haven't already. That is extremely important. Please don't just watch and hear me say that and not hit the like button. Please do that. And I do have to thank my contributors because without them, I just don't exist. Thank you to Coco G for the super sticker. I appreciate you, Coco G. Thank you very much. Driver C, who said Black people foolish, that I can't help but to laugh. If I didn't laugh, I would cry.
Right.
The pineal gland has tiny little cilia, hair-like extensions all around it.
How come they didn't need any reform? Brandon Johnson told you bring Chicago home. That was something that he was doing for black people. I don't have the video queued up right now. I could pull it up, but I'm not going to, for the sake of time, I'm not going to pull it up right now. Right. But he told you, if you want to know what I'm doing for black folks, this is what I'm doing for black folks. Bring Chicago Home was a failed initiative that was shot down by the courts before it was still brought to the ballot in Chicago and Illinois primary, right? It was brought to the ballot anyway. The people struck it down, as they should, because they knew better, and they knew that money was not going to go to the homeless, right? It was going to go to migrants. But nonetheless, it was an initiative that was shot down by the courts. And many of the other residents of Chicago are crying. Let's get into it.
As an auto mechanic, delivering food, factory.
Oh yeah, that's where I was with it. Yeah. They're harping so much on how much they work. They're working hard. They came here and they worked hard because you citizens are lazy. You just don't want to work. That's why they were able to get housing in 2 years. You know what I mean? And you've been living there your whole life and can't get housing.
Venezuela, they worked and worked in food service as an auto mechanic, delivering food, factory work. When they first arrived in Chicago in 2022 as new arrivals, they landed at Grace and Peace Church. This home is the first of 4 distressed West Side homes the church bought, rehabbed, and sold.
We met them at the bus and they were so distressed and worked through a whole process with them. And now they're stabilizing their own home. It's awesome.
With all of their savings, programs to assist first-time home buyers, and an individual taxpayer identification number, the Gomez family made their dreams come true. Rengel says really now is the American dream.
Grace and Peace Church.
Living that American dream, boy. Living that American dream. But are the citizens of Chicago living the American dream? That's the real question. Are they living the American dream?
Nightmare.
Or are they in tears? Like you see this woman here. Are the citizens of Chicago, particularly the black residents, and the reason that I'm keep highlighting black folks is because we voting blue is a religion. We love to vote blue no matter who. So while others who just arrived here 2 years ago are living the American dream, who's in tears? Who's in tears? Saying that, oh, we need reform. We need reform. This isn't right. What's happening? The gentrification and the getting pushed out, and and the way our property taxes are going up, and da-da-da-da-da. You need reform. But Harris's migrants didn't need reform. How come they didn't need any reform? Brandon Johnson told you bring Chicago home. That was something that he was doing for black people. I don't have the video queued up right now. I could pull it up, but I'm not going to, for the sake of time, I'm not going to pull it up right now. Right. But he told you, if you want to know what I'm doing for black folks, this is what I'm doing for black folks. Bring Chicago Home was a failed initiative that was shot down by the courts before it was still brought to the ballot in Chicago and Illinois primary, right? It was brought to the ballot anyway. The people struck it down, as they should, because they knew better, and they knew that money was not going to go to the homeless, right? It was going to go to migrants. But nonetheless, it was an initiative that was shot down by the courts before the people voted against it. And Brandon Johnson said that that's what he was doing for black people. That's what he said that he was doing for you, to house the black homeless population. My question is, how come they didn't need to put anything on the ballot for Biden and Harris's migrants to get all the housing that they got? How come they didn't need the public to decide on that?
Right.
Once again, they do what they want to do when they want to do it. Yeah. They literally do what they want to do when they want to do it.
Yep.
And then gaslight you on all this racism, white supremacy, discrimination, so on and so forth. They gaslight you for votes just to not do anything about the things that they're speaking of, to then in turn move forward with their priorities to open up a border, flood the country with illegal immigrants, bring them into your community, and then house them to the tunes of millions of dollars,
coming in
literally in your community that you've been living in forever, providing them with free housing, and you're crying. You're crying. I think I can leave it there. I really think that that's really all that needs to be said here. I think that's all that needs to be said here. Who's in tears and who's in housing? Who's on the street looking for housing and can't find it? And who just crossed the border last week and are being housed? I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. You all know what to do this November. You all know what to do. And then it goes beyond that. It goes beyond November, you know, and going into your local officials in terms of flipping city council seats and whatnot. You know, doesn't stop with the election, but that's up to the listeners right now. That's up to you and not somebody else. So, you know, that's all I got for you guys today. Take heed. Look at what's going on out here. The information's been presented to you. You know, this stream could be a whole lot longer with me just going down the list of things, but, you know, I think you all get the point. So we're going to end it right here. Thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button if you have not already. That is extremely important that you do.
Yeah, do the same for all on Black News. Who the hell is that? Oh. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this?
I just look. I don't want to sound like a hater or anything, but like that's some fucked up shit.
Right.
Like I mean, we see it here in our city. I'm in Aurora, right? And I just had to, you know, I'm in a housing. Because I was unhoused for like a gazillion years. Just kidding, like five. And I qualified for one of those impact social bills or whatever they were trying to do because the motherfucker was always in or out of jail or in or out of the hospital. So they wanted to put me somewhere. And I actually had heart conditions, so they were like, let's do $50. Anyway, so I managed to keep my shit going for like 4 years. And I finally, they gave me an assessment, my annual assessment. They asked me all kind of random new questions. And I was like, what are these questions for? Like, you know, what's your credit looking like? Or what's your credit score? Do you have a job? And I was like, bitch, you know I ain't got no job. Like, you know, this whole point of having a voucher. Like, you know I don't have a job. I'm like literally too sick to hold a job right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've been too sick to hold a job. Like this is like the caseworker that's giving me this question. She's been the caseworker, right? So she clearly knows the answers to these questions.
Right.
And I'm like, bitch. And I didn't say bitch, but I'm thinking to myself like that. I'm like, oh man, what are these questions? What are these questions about? They're asking me like, well, do you have any income? You know I don't. Like, you know I don't. Because I don't. Do you get Social Security disability? You know I don't. Because they deny me at every fucking stance. Right? Even though I'm clearly disabled, right? Like, clearly. So, I'm like, no. I was like, no, man, you know I don't. I was like,
well, just tell them that you're a migrant, Lady Che.
Yeah, they keep asking me questions like, and actually I should have thought of like more offensively. I was like, they keep asking me questions like, when was the last time you had a job? How many felonies do you have? And I was like, what? Right? Because obviously I got to think about the answers to those kind of questions, and I kind of like.
Keep in mind, though, Lady Che, not cutting into your wisdom, but when they run your Social Security number, they already know all that shit. That's
they already know.
Yeah, they be killing me about this.
Because they want to see if you still qualify for the voucher.
Right,
They're basically trying to disqualify her for the voucher.
And I'm like, this.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, no, I don't. She's like, how many? Start off with the question. How many felonies do you got? Now, literally, I had to think about it, right? But I was like, I don't know. None? Maybe 8? I don't remember. Like I can't remember. None, maybe 8. You know.
Definitely not 34.
Not 34.
Like the dump.
It was like how many?
Yeah, I'm talking about now. See, this is the hypocrisy that we talk about that they hate on us, right? Now here you got this motherfucker, a damn convicted felon with 34 counts, and this son of a bitch is out here walking the damn street. You know what I mean? And then as far as that bullshit that they pulled down there in Florida, man, you know, that motherfucker was saying it was lying in wait around Trump's place for 12 hours.
Yeah, he was waiting.
I was like,
but what I'm saying is, if you in an estate, brother, okay, and you got high powered security, right? Mm-hmm. They ain't gonna let no motherfucker sit out there for no more than 2 hours before he gets hemmed up. What the fuck you doing?
Security that found him.
Not only that, but he uses white privilege and his MasterCard to go get him a membership. And they handle it up in there. And I don't understand why you was at the fence. Right. You white. You could go to the door.
Right.
They will let you in. Well, how would you like to try $100 golf membership? Would you like to use your Visa or MasterCard? You employed white man? Come on in. Come on in.
Yeah. And then keep in mind, and this is a raggedy ass looking motherfucker too. You know what I'm saying?
It's been all over the place. I seen an interview a long time ago with that dude. That dude is clearly on some other shit. And he, you know, he's like all the other white motherfuckers that are like, look, he's let us down. He let us down. We have to bounce. They started to laugh at us. The cult is over. We got to go. Nick Fuentes said we have to leave. We need to leave now. Like, let's stop fucking around. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is an honorary white nationalist. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? His muddy little blood.
So JD Vance.
Caucasian now. You know what I mean?
God.
Yeah, he honorary.
JD Vance is actually white.
Yeah, JD Vance. Yeah, let Nick Fuentes tell it. Nick Fuentes wasn't having none of that shit after the DNC. The DNC was too black for him, or too Indian for him, and he was not having it. He clearly said, he's like, JD Vance, he picked the wrong motherfucker. The motherfucker married the complete Indian chick. He said, with children named Blacc, you don't represent our white identity, our white identity politics. You don't represent us. You just don't. It's
Nick
just
Fuentes don't even represent that.
Nick Fuentes, buddy little blood eating black people chicken, talking about. I mean, literally waiting for it. I can't. Oh God,
he want to be white so bad.
He eat black people chicken. Like he waited all day for this black dude to fucking cook chicken, right? So he's honorary white nationalist Caucasianist. You know what I mean? With a little muddy little motherfucking blood. Everybody wanted to pipe down. All the white ladies, fucking Marjorie throwing herself at him. Pearly
JT
there throwing herself at him. You know what I mean?
My God.
Clearly racist.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, Marjorie was like,
who would say something if we on public airwaves and
white nationalist convention and shit. Like,
the bad built butch body.
Yeah, he over there like, bitch, get up off me. I know. He's like that motherfucker's like a virgin still or some shit. You know what I mean? He's like, don't like pussy. That motherfucker's just, yeah. You know what I mean? And you know, you'll never see Nick Fuentes with a bitch. You know what I mean? He's just too white for that. Like he's just not gonna have it. And I'm pretty sure he's just probably taking it for the back or something. You know what I mean? But Nick Fuentes was following Shithouse and was like, well, Shithouse said, oh no, fucking Trumpy's not, you know, he listens to bad advice, and he don't stand with us on amendment number 2 or whatever the fuck the gun was.
Second Amendment.
The straw man fucking, you know, purchase or anything. You know, been accused sexually. But like one boy was like, you know, he don't represent, so I'm not gonna vote for him. But I'm gonna vote for some other dude that isn't running, so I'm fucking just retired and shit. And then old Nick Fuentes was like, man, you know what? Maybe you right. You sure right. He's like, fuck yeah, we going on a whole campaign. We gonna go on tours. Just, you know, everywhere we go. Nothing changes in Detroit. Yeah, but in Detroit. Well,
know, Ryan Wesley Roth.
Yeah,
that's the one that tried to kill the dump.
Yeah, that motherfucker said no, and he went on that. But dude, everybody's been trying to bump off Trump for a minute. They
Mm-hmm.
They try to bump him off. Motherfucker set himself on fire outside the courthouse.
Oh my God.
That shit was crazy. You know, they make
Oh, yeah, I saw that shit. Now, what kind of shit is that motherfucker on? You gonna go out there?
Oh, definitely.
All right, so getting back to your hometown, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on these illegal immigrants getting housed before our Black unhoused neighbors in Chicago?
Okay, well, I'm calling on the Black community in Chicago. Quit killing each other and start driving the motherfuckers down there to Lake Michigan and throw them in the damn water. The season is right for it, where it's getting ready to freeze over, and fuck them motherfuckers. And I'm making it plain. You know what I'm saying? I'm making it plain. You see? And I mean, you know, we supposed to sit up there, forget about the brutalization that they did to us here in the United States, and we supposed to sit up there and sing, "We shall overcome." We just out here lying. And then they talk about it, and who's our man that we was from Brother J, John Lewis, who's got a picture up there.
Yeah, we want some bad trouble. The hell with good trouble. We want bad trouble.
Yeah. You see, and it's crazy. And to quote the words of Dr. Claude Anderson, I don't know if you saw his most recent video.
I'm gonna have to check it out because I'm subscribed to Dr. Claude Anderson's channel. And
Okay, yeah, and I think it was him and Boyce, man, that got up there and said, and Dr. Anderson has stated that what we are now, is that we are a permanent underclass here in the United States. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
A permanent underclass in the United States. You see what I'm saying? And I identify myself.
Gosh, this is so comfortable.
You know, and then so we got to start looking at ourselves like that, and we got to start building up these infrastructures, man, and then we got to bring the street factions together, and that there's going to be a painful reconnection. And as Dr. Marimba Ani has stated, that the reconnection is going to be painful. So these disagreements that we have, you see, as part of the reconnection. You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, what's Dr. Phil talking about?
Same thing.
Okay.
Poking out Black America from resources forever. The past 60 years, Black Americans have been voting Democrat. And look at yourself today. Look at your community today.
Right.
Where has that gotten you?
Nowhere.
Where has that gotten us as a collective?
Nowhere.
In Chicago, where has that gotten any of you? You haven't gotten nothing but closed schools. You got gang issues. They don't improve your community. They want to take your field house, take your community centers away from you to put the migrants. And I warned you, I warned all of you for months that the migrants is going to be put above you with the assistance of your cities, your states, and even the federal government. They're going to be put above you. I warned about this for a long while. And now it's happening. And now a lot of you want to get upset about it.
It's too late.
And I know some of you, didn't think these type of things would happen. But I saw the writing on the wall, the way the Democrat Party prioritizes immigration. You would be a person that don't care about self-preservation at this point if you go out in November and vote Democrat. Because you go vote Democrat, that is literally will wipe out Black America. This home is in a Black community in Chicago. And the only reason I know that's in a Black community is because when I first started hearing about Black people in Chicago speaking up about the migrant crisis, it was in that actual neighborhood. So now they're moving them in the Black neighborhoods. You understand? And they're going to continue to move them into the Black neighborhoods and get their numbers up. And when they get their numbers up, what will start happening with them? They start getting hostile. Look at Los Angeles, California. Look at California in the sense at right with black people.
I know all about California.
There's more Asians in California and more Latinos, and they are hostile as groups toward black people. Why? Black people don't have the numbers. See, Chicago, black people got pretty good numbers. Black people, if you don't want to end up like California, California is the litmus test. What happens when black people stay quiet, when black people keep voting Democrat and keep following those policies? Because you have to understand, in California, black people kept voting Democrat. And now look at black people's position in California. If you don't want Chicago to turn into Los Angeles, California,
Democrat,
you better get yourself registered to vote. And you better get in there with early voting and vote against blue no matter who.
Right.
Period. It's not about if you like a candidate or not. The fact is the Democrat Party is targeting our community all over the country.
Support me if you're tired of the
to put us literally homeless. They're coming for our resources, the little bit we have. They're coming for our jobs. Yes, they're coming for our black jobs. You're right, the black jobs. They're coming for our black jobs. And they want to take our black jobs away and give it to anybody else that just came across there. They're not trying to break up their families. You see, their families intact, but they try to sit up here and break up the black people families. They're not targeting them for mass incarceration.
Nope.
They're targeting us. And we are targeted in Democrat cities. Democrat states. There's sanctuary status for the migrants, but no sanctuary status for you. Why do you keep voting for that? It doesn't make sense. The immigration issue is about self-preservation for us. Now, just when it comes to immigration, I've said this. If it's going to be between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, give me Donald Trump all day with immigration. Give me Donald Trump. I got to have that. Because what Kamala Harris is going to do is she going to give all of them that's here amnesty, with illegal, and you can't say nothing at that point. And then after that, she's going to stack more. She'll be bringing in all her people from India over here. They can't wait to get in there. And then once you bring in more of them and she getting them amnesty, the black people, you will be like California, politically irrelevant. Okay, you better handle 2024 right. I'm telling you, black people, you better do it. You better get registered to vote.
Thank Leo Terrell and Larry Elders.
Because you can say, "Oh, this is not right. This is messed up." I agree, and I'm with you. But you can't do nothing about it. Just complaining. Get out there and vote in November, and let's make some changing on that. Let me in November. You'll let me know if you're serious about making some change. You'll let me know. Y'all talking about Project 2025, and you have the Democrats putting out disinformation with Project 2025. You're not gonna have a house.
Right.
You're gonna be on the homeless. That's what you're gonna be. Fooling around the Democrats. Please. Project 2025 and the lies of it is not your problem right now. Your survival is your problem.
Right. That's right, Uncle Phil.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens.
Fuck the commercial.
Subscribe to
Frontline. Exactly. And Dr. Field is right about that. You see what I'm saying? He is very much right about that. So what it is, though, Black family, is that we need an implosion in the Black community. An implosion. Now, what is an implosion? An implosion is where you have scattered matter, and it all comes together as once, which is the exact opposite of an explosion, where you have matter that's already together that gets spread out. You see what I'm saying? So what we need in the Black community is an implosion. And the reason why I'm using the word implosion is because, see, implosion happens real fast.
Yeah.
Very, very fast. You see what I'm saying? Just like how these damn migrants are having an explosion in their numbers here, getting the damn resources, and we built this goddamn country. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
See what I mean? And then on top,
we gotta send a clear message to them in November. Enough is enough of this shit.
Yeah, but who? Okay, so but look at our choices though, brother Che.
Well,
you got a tether, as you call it.
got two tethers, part as is kept, but one ain't got nothing specifically to harm us policy wise.
Mm-hmm.
Another one has went out of her way to harm us politically.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ask Jay Militant, man, about how fucked up she was up there in San Francisco County.
So
you see what I mean?
I want the rest of the nation to look like California, then go ahead. Go for Curry Mala ain't Black Harris.
Yeah, we're making damn greens in a bathtub.
Oh my God. Definitely
Man,
not.
I ain't never in my 60 plus years seen anybody prep any greens in a fucking bathtub.
Right.
The only two things that went off in the bathtub, man, was your funky ass, right?
Yeah, it's some clothes.
Or or if you have to half-ass wash you some quick clothes, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You didn't have any laundry facilities, but putting food in there for consumption in the bathtub, hell no. You might as well put the motherfuckers in the toilet.
But that's how they eat in India.
My gosh, you know what I'm saying? My gosh. And then as you said, she's a Brahma, you know what I mean? Yeah, Brahmin, you know what I'm saying? And keep in mind, old people, is that them Indians and people from India, they are warlike, you know what I'm saying?
And they don't like black people. They treat the black people over there horribly.
Yes, sir. Just like Gandhi. That's why I say fuck
Yeah,
Gandhi.
the hell with Gandhi. I would never call him Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi. Mahatma means great one. R.I.P. to Dr. Runoko Rashidi. He said he ain't no great one.
Right. Yeah. Because Gandhi, when he did his thing in Azania, you see what I'm saying? He was only talking about his people. He wasn't worried about the Zulus. He wasn't worried about the Xhosa or the Sutu. You see what I'm saying? He wasn't worried about that at all. You see what I'm saying? And this is why I always up here arguing with old crazy Sarge. Well, Elon Musk he ain't no damn African. He's a fucking bore.
They consider him an African American, Shabaki.
Sir. That just goes to show you just how twisted and fucked up these motherfuckers are in the head. Now, the only way I will believe that shit, prove to me that motherfucker could not sit at a lunch counter, man, in 1963 Wilmington. And that's impossible because his white ass could go up there. And then black family ask ourselves this. Now, we love our civil rights workers getting hit with them fire hoses and things of that nature right there, putting them babies up there. And then what they did to the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where this Negro gonna say, oh, that's good trouble. And he stretched out, man, after the nightstick glide gracefully upside his head. That's good trouble. Motherfucker, is you crazy? You better check out Mr. Robert Williams, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
With Deacons of the Defense, you know what I'm saying? And what Mr. Williams did, he took his military skills, he took them to the black community. Hey, this is how you break down the weapons. This is how you lock and load. Keep your head on a swivel. You see what I'm saying? And then too, now let's look at this here, brother Jay. We forgot about this, man. World War I. Harlem Hellfighters came back. You know what I'm saying? They tried to give them brothers some problems. Hey, man, they went there, man, and locked and loaded and put some work in. A lot of them got killed. Look at the ones that they had lent because they was wearing.
Remember the Devil's Punchbowl, Shabaka?
Oh, man, your Lord, yes. Yes. Now, that is definitely some strange fruit right there.
Yeah.
Where they just went on there and killed black folks and put them off in shallow graves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, we're the reason why there is a Memorial Day because they wouldn't allow us to bury our dead.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and then and this is why I crumb bum on Morgan Freeman. Oh man, I hate Juneteenth. Okay, so Mr. Freeman, what you saying? And you too, Morgan Freeman, your rich ass is out there. You're welcome to call in the number 2.
Because you're driving Miss Daisy,
yeah, exactly. There you go. And then, you hate Juneteenth, but your black ass is gonna get up there, man, with a red, white, and blue flag. Oh yeah, and by the way, to all you bums out there that's been hitting my wall, talking about they shouldn't. There's only one national anthem in America. Fuck y'all in your ass. Lift every voice and sing. You see what I'm saying?
Every voice sing.
And the part that pissed me off is at the last Super Bowl, which was out here in Raider Stadium.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah, the Raiders.
That's where y'all pledging allegiance to.
Okay, and then they had the sister come out there, sing, lift every voice and sing, and you seen all them crackers not standing up, not acknowledging or not. But then as soon as the national anthem come up there,
they stood right on up.
Oh, they stood right on up and then gonna crumb on the black players who didn't do it. So fuck the Washington Commanders. Fuck the owner of that motherfucker. Let's do what the son of a bitch says, black athletes. Hey, if you niggas don't like playing, here, go form your own leagues. Yeah.
That's what the XFL and the UFL is.
Yeah, make it happen. They're gonna have to do some sweat equity, man, in about 3 or 4 seasons, but I think they can turn it around. Look at the WNBA. You see what I'm saying? It's picking up. They've been around there for a minute. Oh, and by the way, Caitlin Clark.
Oh God.
I think Angel Reese is a much, much far superior player than you.
I agree, Shabaka. I definitely agree.
And
All right, we'll move along, Shabaka, because I know you're pressed for time and we're pressed for time as well.
Yes.
Diddy, the diddler, has been arrested on 17 pages indictment. Ooh, he's charged in 14-page indictment, and judge refused bail. He came at him with like $53 million, and they said, "Nah, nigga, nah, you're not getting out."
You walking the concrete. Yeah, so Diddy walking the concrete right now, but I'm quite sure that they got Diddy. What do they call that shit? Not protective custody. Well, he's isolated from the mainstream population.
Yeah, he's an ACSEG or protective custody.
Yeah. So my prediction, what they're gonna do with Diddy, is that he's gonna get convicted. Okay. And then I think what they're gonna do, man, is that they will probably
those at the parties is next.
Huh?
Everybody that attended them parties is next.
Oh yeah, and I think what they're gonna do is that they're gonna relieve Mr. Diddy of his wealth.
Oh yeah, big time.
Rather directly or indirectly, you know what I'm saying?
Buying the whole jail. They're gonna be buying the whole jail, the whole prison commissary.
You see, and then what they're gonna do? They're gonna start procedures to seize his assets. His financial interests. You know what I'm saying? What have you? And I think in some states they do have it, man. That if you was doing that type of shit, man, then you gotta, that's under RICO. You gotta forfeit, all your assets.
So that's exactly what it is. That's why the judge refused his bail in the RICO case.
Yeah, exactly. So what happens is that I'm sure that he's got his lieutenants out there working for him, man, all the way until they quit getting paid. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna break them.
All right, so I'm gonna play the video, Shabaka.
Yeah.
It's an update.
A little behind, had some technical difficulty. Right when we was about to get started with the stream, some reason was acting up. I don't know. You know, it happens. Technical difficulty. And that's how it goes. So today we're gonna talk about the Diddler today.
What are you doing? We can hear
the Diddler is finished, y'all.
Oh,
He's
wait a
finished.
minute.
Charges he got on him. We're gonna get back to my other screen here. Just give me a second so I can see what y'all saying. Boom. There I go. Now I can look at what y'all saying. Let me share this particular stream on my other platform here. But it is Tuesday. It's trucking along and yeah, we doing our thing today. Your boy Diddy, he's in a world of trouble. He's in a world of trouble. I've actually did take my time to read the 14-page indictment.
Oh, you did?
By the government against Sean Combs and all of that. So, you know, I got some knowledge of it, but I will play the press conference from the U.S. attorney as well. So you can kind of hear it just in their words, but I'll discuss really the main things that I wanted to, you know, get involved with this particular case. All right. So to DC, okay. Hello, everybody. Yeah, he in jail. He's in jail. He in jail without no bail. He in jail. So, not to take up too much of your time, I guess tonight
in jail without the bail. In jail.
Skip the devotional.
In jail without the bail. In jail.
Now today is National Voting Registration Day. And since it's National Voting Registration Day, make sure you get registered to vote. You know, to go to vote.gov and get registered to vote, ladies and gentlemen. Something is very important that you should do to get registered to vote. And so you can participate in this election. I don't like how that's looking. Let me fix something that's on my screen just real quick. And I'm just thinking out loud, y'all. So forgive me for just thinking out loud. Just let me fix this here. I want to put this a little further down. He knew the charge was coming, according to what the news reports are saying. So he already came to New York a week prior because he knew these charges was coming on him. The grand jury had let me just put up on the screen here. So the grand jury, these are his charges. Racketeering conspiracy, as in a RICO charge, and you already know about those RICO charges.
Yeah.
Sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. That is the three main charges that the United States government has on Diddy, or better known as the Diddler. Now, they did a press conference with the U.S. attorney out of the Southern District of New York. And I don't know if everybody's seen that, but let's go ahead on and just kind of cue that up real quick. And that way you can listen to what the government actually saying and what they got against them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs.
Yeah, they were freak-offs.
And he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB. which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair.
We've seen that with Cassie.
On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged,
that's kidnapped.
Now, if y'all don't remember that video, that was Cassie. I want y'all to know that. See, when the government wants to charge you, they don't care about they don't have no statute of limitations when they want to get at you. Now, that video is from 2016, but yeah, that video was put in the indictment. I want to let you know that. Let's continue.
Assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine.
He was ready.
They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Oh my God.
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
Hell no.
As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds.
Damn.
I mentioned as well, you recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced.
Mm-hmm.
Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to play that part for you about the press conference from the U.S. attorney, that's heading that case. Now, the thing that everybody is kind of freaking out about right now, no pun intended, saying freaking out, we're not talking about freak offs, right? That's crazy, freak off. This dude, they found 1,000.
Before Fun Trip, I had tried a bunch of fad diets, little short-term things that never really seem to last.
1,000 bottles of baby oil,
Jesus,
and lubricant.
Ladies,
like Puffy, do you have some stock somewhere in Johnson & Johnson? I mean, what, bruh? 1,000 bottles? Like, I couldn't even imagine telling anybody to get 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. What the hell, Puppy?
Yeah, man, that's a full
you are a
pallet
deviant.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Then, what y'all maybe he didn't really mention, because I read the document, they were going for days with these freak offs. They were down so bad that they had to get IV drips to recuperate.
Oh my God.
They had to get hooked up to IVs to get fluids and everything else put back in them, because that's how depleted they were after his debauchery. Like, what? I'm like, my Lord. Like, what is going on?
Hey,
and then he got his sons involved. Look,
yeah.
Puffy, let me say something. You know what? I'm going to get to that. But y'all want to know the craziest part about this indictment? What he didn't tell y'all? Because we're going to go to the part of the indictment that I want to show y'all that he did not say. And that's the part I was like, oh, Puffy. Let's go to the indictment. Boom. I'll let you know that we are on the indictment. United States District Court, Southern District of New York, United States of America versus Sean Combs, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, PD, Love. They should have put the Diddler on there too, right?
Right.
So you know about the charges, but this is the part I want to get to toward the end. What he did not talk about. Let me get to that part.
Let's get to it.
Where is it? Right here on page number 12. Forfeiture allegations. This is the part they're gonna break him on financially. Okay, we know about the criminal charges, we got it, but they didn't talk about how they about to get him.
Yeah,
let's go through this. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18, United States Code Section 1963, any and all interests the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18, United States Code Section 1962, any and all interests and securities of claims against and property of contractual rights of any kind, affording a social influence over the enterprise named and described herein, with the defendant established, operated, controlled, conducted, and participated in the conduct of violation of Title 18, United States Code Section 1962, and any and all property constituting and deriving from proceeds obtained directly and indirectly, said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in the United States currency, representing amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. 19, as resulting of committing offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, Sean Combs, defendant, shall forfeit to the United States, and you see the law code, any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or facilitate the commission of said offense, and any and all property traceable to such property, any and all property, real and personal, constituted and derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of said offense, including but not limited to the sum of money in the United States currency, representing the amount of property involved in said offense, and proceeds traceable to the commission of offense. Okay. Now, They're saying the same thing about count 3. Okay, same exact thing. Now, if you go down here, let's say substitute assets provision. If any above describe forfeitable property as a result, let's say of any commission, omission of this offender cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with other properties, which cannot be divided without difficulty. It's the intent of the United States, pursuing, they got the law here, all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing, y'all. They want to seek basically right here in count 3. This is where they want to get everything that he got from 2009 all the way up to 2024.
Damn.
So anything he made or bought from 2009 to 2024, what they're saying is that he gained all that through a criminal enterprise.
Ooh.
And since he gained all this by a criminal enterprise, then that means it's subject to forfeiture to the United States government.
Damn.
So basically, they're about to have a big auction sale.
Yep.
With Diddy's
Yep,
property.
they sure is.
They're gonna break it.
Yep.
They about to break this dude financially. For real, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, when he gets out, he'd be pushing a basket.
Let me get to the part that I want to say.
If he gets out,
we know people in this music industry have been deviants for a long time. It's not just Puffy.
No.
It's those execs
Yep.
and he, you know, but they put him out there, right? He's a fall guy.
Yep.
But these music execs are the artists.
Yeah.
All these other people behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think he learned the game from?
Clyde Davis.
He didn't come in there doing all that on his own. He learned from where's old Clyde Davis at and the rest of them at?
Right.
Because every time we know it's an R. Kelly going down, you think R. Kelly was the only one?
No.
That was doing those things?
Mm-mm.
They never perp walk, and I'm not, you call it what it is. You never see those execs of them folks community getting perp walked, and I'm not defending Puffy at all.
Right.
He needs to go to jail for the things he's done.
Right.
But what about them others that's in the same industry as Puffy, and why they not going with him? See what Puffy need to do. Puffy need to pull a Nino Brown. Y'all remember New Jack City?
Uh-huh.
Nino Brown, even in court, said, "I ain't going down by myself. I'm taking other people with me." Yep. That's why Nino Brown had got out of jail so quick, because Nino Brown told on everybody.
Yeah.
Now, Puffy, this is what I would do. You know good and well you weren't doing all that by yourself. You know good and well you weren't facilitating all that by yourself. You know this. So what you should do, Puffy, is you should go tell on everybody. Put everybody's name on Front Street. Say it was him, her. So pointing names, calling dates and times, and say, look, if I'm going to jail, all y'all going to jail with me.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be right. That would be right. Watch it. He had to be quiet. And maybe the government holler at him and say, hey, if you give us some names, maybe we can reduce some of this time for you, but you got to give us some names. Now, I want y'all to notice something in Hollywood and the music industry right now. They quiet.
Yeah, they are.
Y'all notice that?
Yep.
Everybody's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see a bunch of people talking about Puffy right now, especially him getting arrested, indicted, and now he's not getting out, at least for now. They said now they put an appeal to see if he can get a bond. But right now, he in jail.
That motherfucker.
There's some
ain't getting
people in the
no
music
bond.
industry is very worried tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They are very worried tonight, ladies and gentlemen, because like, oh man, they got Puffy. And some of them are worried, probably, that Puffy, the tapes Puffy had, we all heard about the tapes. Even the U.S. attorney talked about these tapes, right? That Puffy had. What do the U.S. government have all the tapes now? I'm hearing people talking about, well, we hope you don't end up like Epstein.
I think the U.S. government had the tapes all along.
You know, that is something. But to cover himself, if he knew this was coming, then he should already had a video or something already made and give it to his lawyer and say, look, y'all get arrested, release this video on the internet. I'm telling on everybody. That's what you should do. That's what you should have did.
Yeah, they doing damage control.
Trust me, he wasn't the only one. He wasn't. And I want them folks to go down with him because they've been committing all that dirt with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you read the Lil Rod lawsuit, he talked about them folks at Warner, was it Universal Music Group and all these other ones he was talking about that was at these parties with Diddy.
Yeah,
and doing different things too. If you read the Lil Rod lawsuit,
the ones you always bring up, Shabaka.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is with Puffy, you messed up, man. Why did you have to become a deviant?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, all you had to do was just do your music, produce your music, make people have a good time, dance, whatever. There's nothing wrong with having parties, but it don't have to turn into no deviant behavior,
right?
Full of just filth.
Mm-hmm.
Then I want y'all to pay attention to something else. Some of you gentlemen
who
likes to be flying certain type of women out, right? And some of y'all like to, you gonna fly this woman out, you paying for her to fly out where you at, and some of these women are engaging in that behavior, and you can get charged with a federal crime for flying these women out if that's your purpose, your only purpose, or if that's what she do for a living, and you flying her out to you, then that's a federal case on you too. I hope you know that. Flying these women out across state lines.
Yep.
Which that's what they got him on as well.
Yep, that's exactly what it's called.
See, something I tell men this all the time. Your best bet is just go ahead on, get you one woman, get married, stay with your wife. If Puffy would have got married, not been a deviant, not been abusive to women, got married, treated his wife with respect, don't cheat on his wife, just make his music, do his business, Puffy would be at home right now. He'd be at home right now. He wouldn't have none of these issues and problems. But he thought that I got $1 billion, I'm good. I'm a billionaire in America. Nothing ain't gonna happen to me. I can do what I want to people. Nobody gonna tell me nothing or whatever. Bruh, I'm gonna say this too. A black man with $1 billion is not the same like a white man with $1 billion. In America, it's not.
Right.
If Donald Trump was black, he would not be the Republican nominee right now. That we all know.
God, he was untouchable.
If Donald Trump was a black man, trust me, he wouldn't be in this position that he's in. But a black man with $1 billion is no different than a black man with $10 in his pocket. According in this system in America, don't you ever think, and see, I know this about this country. Don't you ever think that you gotten so high and mighty that you have transcended and you just above everybody and you equal to them. No, you listen, in this country, they will not let you be equal to them, even if you can go where they go, even if you can shop where they shop, even though you can travel where you can travel. You may even have more money than some of them. But one of them who is poor is still above your billionaire self. And that's what a lot of them forget.
Yeah.
Now a lot of people been saying too, boy, Jay-Z been quiet. He been quiet this whole time. He ain't Jay-Z you ain't seen Jay-Z nowhere too much. He been quiet. 50 been calling him out and say, hey, where Jay-Z at? Why he not saying nothing? Puffy was his boy. Why he not saying nothing? There's a lot of them quiet.
Yeah.
They quiet like, man, let me not say nothing because, man, they gonna start looking at me. Because a lot of people feel that Jay-Z, he next. A lot of people feel he next. Yeah, they had to put him in place and buck horse. You're right. You still a black man in America. Look, when I realized you still a black man in America no matter what? Barack Obama.
Yeah.
When Barack Obama became the president of the United States, that is the highest position that you can have in the United States, is president. And yes, they know about his lineage. They know about his white mother. They know all that, right? But one thing I learned then, it don't matter if you got a white mama. If you got any, they still follow that one drop rule. They follow it. I'm not saying what we have to follow, but they follow one drop rule. And I saw they disrespected that man so much. And what made me upset about Obama is that, bruh, look at how racist they being to you. Look at how disrespected you get. And you sitting up here still trying to bend over backwards for him. And that's why I be honest with you. Some people will say, well, you know, Obama did this and this. We have to be real about Obama's situation. It was hard to get at Obama about his policies because it was so much racism coming toward him and us during the time of when he was in president. Like, we got to be honest with that. See, we a little bit more laser focused now, but we was kind of like, let's say back then, we were dealing with a lot of backlash from the folks for him being president. I remember covering the stories about all the threats against this man, how they was doing effigies of people hanging and all it, and putting his picture on it. I remember all that. So when I saw that the way they treated Barack Obama, even as president, the way Mitch McConnell would talk to him, and he's a doggone president of the United States, I was like, bruh, it's like, it is no position a black man can raise to in America that them folks don't respect. Not a one.
Oh, Glitch and Mitch McConnell.
Because they're raised not to respect black people. Mm-hmm. See, these are things that black Americans have to understand. It's nothing you could do to change their thought process about us. Mm-hmm. It don't matter how you speak, whether you speak the King's English or whether you from the hood and you have a hood, flavor. It don't matter. It don't matter if you're a scientist or mathematician or you a street pharmaceutical person. Don't matter. It don't matter if you are the most elite, classy, elegant man or woman, or you coming from a poor community, working class community. Don't matter. They look at all of us as the same. I understand that. I've been understanding that. That's why people like the Divine Nine. I take issue with them because they really think they're better than the rest of us. But yet, at the end of the day, them folks look at them no different than the rest of us. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to people like Puffy,
but I don't like that.
He could have had a great legacy. You understand what I'm saying?
Talented.
He could have put on, instead of robbing his artists,
the boys,
instead of stealing, making it where people couldn't make music no more. People, keeping them in contracts, they couldn't do anything. Think about his legacy. His legacy has not been good to black people. His legacy has not been good.
No, it hasn't. That's what we
look at, like, what was it? The band. You remember from the first making the band? How he basically was humiliating them.
Yeah.
Doing different things to him, making him walk to Junior's cheesecake in the middle of the doggone night to go get him a cheesecake. You know what I'm saying?
For the prequel.
That you don't have to humiliate people. And I've been to Junior's before. I remember last time me and my wife went to Junior's one time. And Junior's okay. It's okay. I mean, I've had other cheesecake, maybe a little better, but still it was okay. It was fine. I'll never forget that when me and my wife went to Junior's and met his one brother, he was a swamp, man. I think I gave that brother, $40 tip. He was so happy about that $40 tip. I gave him that time.
It was a beautiful
but I guess he doesn't have a good night. And our bill wasn't too high. We just wanted a little food and some cheesecake. But Puffy didn't leave a good legacy. Then we know about the situation. Let's go back to Tupac.
Yeah.
A lot of people have said Puffy was, responsible for that too.
Yeah.
In the situation with Tupac, right?
Yeah.
Then the story about Biggie, how that Life After Death album was supposed to be the last album on Bad Boy. Then he was supposed to get off of Bad Boy and start his own label.
Yeah.
And he was putting together was it called the commission or something like that?
Yeah, commission.
And even Big Gene that deal, you know, he do. I'm pretty sure Big Gene about to do 10,000 interviews now on the Art of Dialogue,
the songs
talking about everything now, right?
Kiss Goodnight.
But he said that Biggie showed him his contract, and I think he said the contract was like for $60 million, which was a lot of money back then, and way more money than he got with Puffy.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Biggie lose his life. Now Puffy getting all his money and all everything, right? It's crazy. So Puffy, he has to answer not only for what he was doing to these women and men, because Puffy is LGBTQ now. He just hit it.
Like 30
but Puffy was a predator.
Yeah, damn near.
He was involved in like they said, blowing up people's cars, beating up women, beating up Cassie, doing all kind of filth. So don't run around here feeling bad for Puffy, because I don't. Even though what I said earlier, because that's a fact that just because he got $1 billion, he's not equal to a white man with $1 billion. He ain't, not in this country. But Puffy deserved what he's getting. He's been getting away with this stuff for years. Puffy could have stopped in his tracks what he was doing a long time ago and status corrected. Now, Puffy was so arrogant. Think about it. If he'd have gave Cassie, because I think they say originally Cassie wanted $30 million. She wanted $30 million to go away. Let's go back. That was back in, we're going back to November 2023.
I think it was 15 million, Uncle Phil.
She wanted $30 million to give her 30 and go away. The moment he didn't give it to her, they dropped that lawsuit. He quickly paid, but it was already out.
Yeah.
What happened from there? Once the lawsuit came out, then that's when the feds started looking into him. And I bet you he's sitting in jail right now and saying, man, if I just gave Cassie that $30 million, because you're a billionaire, what's $30 million to you? Doggone it.
Said it wasn't.
Now I'm sitting in jail
to go after white men.
I know he's thinking about that one decision. If he would just go ahead on and cut her that $30 million check, sign her the NDA, and just, you know, what I originally thought he was going to do, which I'm shocked by this, because they say they took his passport according to the indictment. His passport was surrendered April 1, 2024. What I thought was going to happen with Puffy, which I'm shocked, I thought that he was going to hurry up and basically do a Russell Simmons. That's what I thought he was going to do. I thought that he was going to say, man, let me hurry up and get to Bali. Man, let me get out of here. I ain't coming back here for a while. I really thought he was going to do that.
I was watching it.
I was shocked that he stayed here.
I thought he was gonna leave.
Had a whole beeline to like Barbados.
Well, Jane, yeah, that's the thing. You're right. How liquid is his billions? You're 100% right. But I thought Puffy was going to, the moment all that drama started, because see, let's go back to Russell Simmons. I believe Russell Simmons would be in federal prison right now too. Yeah. Because if you remember Russell Simmons, first they got Bill Cosby, right? Then, if you remember, they start circling around and going to Russell Simmons.
Yep.
And they doing the same thing. All these allegations, case, you know, people saying he did this, he did that. Russell Simmons, I'll never forget it. It was June, I forgot whatever year. Was it 2022 or 2020? Whatever year it was.
Definitely try to get him.
Russell Simmons sold everything that he could sell at that time period and went to Bali. And everybody say, man, why Russell Simmons went to Bali for? And he was making Instagram videos in Bali, talking about he meditating and all that. And then people was like coming out, oh, well, why did he leave the country? You know, it suspected this, suspected that, right? But after he left, they had to be quiet about it. Because what could you really do? Because Bali don't have an extradition treaty with the United States or Indonesia. They don't have an extradition treaty. So he went over there. And I just really thought that Puffy was going to be there too.
Yeah.
And he didn't go. I was shocked. Yeah, Russell not coming back. Man, no, he not either. He know if he come back here. Well, no, he did come. He's come back like to visit family and friends. He has. but they haven't put no case on him. So, you know, but still, he come back to visit family and friends, but he's not staying here because as long as he stay here, so the pattern for what I'm seeing, the pattern is first the lawsuits come and the civil cases come. Then after the civil cases come, then the criminal case gonna come, right? Civil cases or a documentary may drop on you, like Surviving R. Kelly.
Yeah.
And then a criminal case may come. You understand what I'm saying? So that's been like the pattern with these guys. Like R. Kelly. He another one. After he beat that case in Chicago, that first case, and yeah, he had a run for some years, right? Everybody know about that first case he had in Chicago. You would have thought that he would have got his act together.
Right.
And say, man, look, I'm about to be a church boy for the rest of my life. You would think that, but no, he went back to being a deviant as well. He went back to that. And when all the heat was on him, I thought he was going to leave too. He didn't.
Surprisingly not.
And they got put that case on him too.
Yeah.
And R. Kelly, one of the great whatever R. Kelly, you know, he's done criminally, but R. Kelly is the king of R&B. Ain't nobody had more hits than R. Kelly in definitely recent times. He's produced a lot of hits for people. I mean, it's crazy. You know, and you know, right now, if R. Kelly would get in the studio, he'll drop probably a double, triple album right now. And it'd probably be cold. You know what I'm saying? But now, if he gonna do some singing, it's gonna be in the jail. Which he has been singing in the jail because they play video of him doing it. You say, well, a lot of, he say Diddy upset the powers that be, and now he paying for it. Yeah. From what I heard, this is what I heard that kind of got the ball rolling. Well, you remember that DeLeon Tequila? Well, he felt that he wasn't getting paid enough money with that, and he accused them of racism.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually sued him and won. He won that racism case.
Yep.
Against DeLeon. Now, DeLeon, that company that owns them, is a huge $1 billion conglomerate company. They got way more money than Puffy ever had. So, word on the street is he won the case. They settled with him, but boy, he got problems right after that.
Yep.
Because one thing about them folks, them powerful ones like that can get cases put on you. Or get people to investigate you. Like when you're a billionaire in this country, I mean, especially if you either they know these people. They cool with the government.
Mm-hmm.
They can pick up the phone and say, hey, you know, maybe we need to look into Puffy. Well, why? You know, what's going on with him? Yeah, he be having these parties and oh yeah, they'll be at the party with you, doing the exact same thing, and they'll tell on you and act like they innocent. Because they know the law is not, you know, what you say is what you can prove. They know that.
It's not what you say, it's what you can prove.
Yeah, Alonzo. Yeah, I know to get down. That's why certain things I say, certain things I don't say, because I know to get down from the bottom all the way to the top. Even when you kind of criticize even certain people, you got to watch how you do it.
Yeah.
So yes, we may be talking about different issues here, but I'm guarded in how I do it, because let's call it what it is. The Biden-Harris administration, pay attention to how many black people have been charged with some things underneath that administration. It wasn't even underneath the Trump administration. It's this one.
What's that? Yeah.
It's this one. Pay attention to how many things has happened underneath this administration. Just, you know, certain cases has happened. I'm trying not to put it all out there, but if you know what I'm talking, if you know, this administration has really been kind of not I'm telling y'all, and that's why when y'all come up to me, tell me about continuing the policies of this particular administration, especially when Vice President Kamala Harris says, when she said a few years ago that people on these microphones can talk to too many people, millions of people at once with no regulation. She said years ago that this needs to be regulated.
Yep, she did say that.
That's what she wants to do. She wants to regulate the internet.
Yeah.
Who can talk and who can't.
Censorship.
So who's to say that she get in office and she want to come up with a rule with the FCC? Well, now you got to register with the FCC. Well, to get an FCC license, from what I found out, I think it's like $100,000. Yeah. To start, to get an FCC license. So if they say, well, you can't do news in the country or any political commentary, they should have an FCC license. Or if you have this much of an audience, you need an FCC license.
Oh shit!
I'm telling you, it makes a difference who's in office. It makes a difference.
It does.
That's why anybody talk. Listen, I don't believe in disgusting speech. I don't believe in people should be talking people, racial slurs or slurs about people's gender, orientation. I don't believe in that. I don't even engage in that, and I would not engage in it. Even on our app, I don't engage in that sort of speech. I don't do that. That's just stupid to me and not right.
Vote for evil in the first place.
But if you let
a lot of big words and all
this administration continue, let me say that much, with the continuation, what I mean is with Vice President Kamala Harris, you're going to see that come in. You're going to see it. And these people will lay accusation on you with no proof.
Never sit up.
They would do that too. How many black people over the years have been accused of things with no proof and just thrown in jail? How many times has that happened? Yeah, Mama Deb, 100% right, because what they want is, and Obama said this years ago, back in the day, we only had NBC, CBS, and ABC to give us news. And now we got all these different people, all these different voices saying this, saying that. You say Great February, say Diddy won't be the only one. Wait until he starts snitching. I hope he's snitching right now. I hope he's snitching tonight. Because I want to see, I'm like, I hope Diddy say everybody going down with me. Well, anyway, Barack Obama has said that he didn't like the fact that everybody could just talk and all this information all over the place instead of a centralized place where we all go. So they wanted how it used to be, at least even when I was growing up, right? In the 80s, 90s, you had to watch TV to get news. If I wanted to watch news outside of just the main, I had to go to BET News back when Bob Johnson owned it, right? So you had a sister by the name of Jackie Reed. And believe it or not, that sister made me interested in watching news because she would take the same story that is on the ABC, CBS and do the same story. But she would do it in a way where it's interesting to us as a community. And I'm like, man, I like how she do that. Like, it makes me interested because the news would be boring to me and like, okay, well, whatever. But when she would do it, I would watch it. And I'm like, why don't you have more of this? Like, so I would sit there and watch, of course I watch Video Soul and all that too, but I actually watch BET News because that was, man, BET was so much better than Bob Johnson owned it. Oh my God. You know what? I kind of wish he would just, just kind of shut it down, instead of kept it going what it is today. So they believe in censorship. Okay. And one answer say, oh no, we want everybody to have freedom of speech, but no, you don't. Because now speech, I think that should be curved. There's even some of the speech, and I haven't talked about the Trump thing yet, but when you even with the Trump thing, that's, they keep saying he's dangerous. He's a threat to democracy. Oh, he can't get back in the White House. And then it's stirring up crazy people to go do the things that's happening to him. You know what I'm saying? But see, but speech is okay when they do it. But if anybody else do it that don't agree with them for whatever the reason, then, oh, well, you working for some foreign power, or you doing this or doing that. It's just, yeah. And to be honest with a lot of y'all, you know, and I keep saying this because it's true. I am so ready for this election to be over with. God, I'm ready for this election to be over with. Because I know it's going to get ratcheted up and turned up up until the election day. I already know. I'm telling you, I already know. Because I'm seeing how desperate they are.
Right.
They're becoming, we're talking about the Democrat Party.
Oh, God.
You said they are becoming so desperate.
Yeah, they are.
In their moves. And when they get desperate, they like to do things.
Yeah, they do.
Look at what Facebook said would happen with, during the time of the pandemic and how they pressured them, And then the Supreme Court, if you remember, they did a case where they said that, they were trying to stop a president from pressuring social media companies or trying to force them to do things. But the Supreme Court, even though they got that conservative Supreme Court, they still, ruled in Biden's favor where he can do it now. Or what if their administration start doing that again? Say, hey, could you shadow ban this one? Could you take that down? Could you do this? Could you do that? They could. They could. That's why we always say support the app. That's why we always say that. Certain content at times we look at like, oh, we can't put this on here. That's why. That's why. It's been times that I've had to literally delete a whole bunch of videos, not because I was told anything, but because I was hearing too many things in the grapevine, and I said, okay, this is about to go on. So let me go ahead on and go ahead on and sweep these channels of that content. I've done that many times before. Deleted them. Why? Because I was just hearing things and getting worried about things. So I said, let me go ahead on and just get this off of here. But did y'all see Vice President Kamala Harris today at the NABJ? She finally went to the NABJ.
Yeah.
There were 2 black journalists there, black males, actually. No Boule Martin, though, and a sister. And they wasn't hostile or nothing like that, like they were to Trump, right? The other women, or whatever, at least the 2 women. But I'm going to talk about some of that tonight on the podcast because she was, I guess she's trying to be black again, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know if y'all watched the whole thing, but I just took a part of it that I thought that, hey, let me go ahead and get into this. But it was more word salad, still leaving me confused because they ask you like one question and then you taking it 30 paces to the left. Like, just answer the question. You ain't got to take it 30 paces to the left. Is it, it's like, you could not imagine being in a relationship with her as a man. You ask her one question, and she just talking, rambling and talking like, oh God, I just asked you a question. Why you keep talking?
Right.
I'm asking this one simple question. Why? Just babbling. Just go. Oh, she told all her story. Okay, listen, she got a set story
right now.
I already know the story now. It's gonna be about my single mother.
Now it's live right
about
now.
her neighborhood she lived in, about people's construction workers and nurses and teachers, and she had a second mama. That was kind of like her mama, and her mother saved money to get their first home. I mean, I know her whole story now. I mean, I know it. She grew up in a working class family, and it was a happy place, and everybody loved their lawns, and I mean, I know it. I've heard it many times. I know it. But I hope y'all register to vote. That's why I always promote it. And like I told y'all before, the reason why I'm always encouraging y'all to get registered to vote, well, I want you to participate. That's one. But 2, because of the content we do. I don't want nobody saying, oh, they're trying to suppress black people from voting. No, we're not. We're one of the main ones that's encouraging black people to get registered to vote. We show it on every stream. So you can't say that, because people that don't want you to vote don't show you that, do they? Right? I say show up to early voting. That's what I'm going to do. Early voting for us in Texas is October the 20th. So yes, get registered to vote. Today was National Voter Registration Day, and I hope you registered to vote, ladies and gentlemen. So you can't just complain. You actually get some skin in the game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead on and wrap this up. I got some other things I need to do.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap this up too. Appreciate you, Uncle Phil. All right, so Uncle Phil is gonna lead us into the next topic, and that is Kamala Scammy ain't Black Harris. It's now all of a sudden Blacc. And she was interviewed by the NAJB or BJ today. Or no, yesterday. But she promises a nothing burger in regards to reparations. She was asked specifically what she was going to do in regards to reparations, and she said a study. So they just let you know where this woman's head is at. Still, 5 years later.
Twisted Tea is a refreshing hard iced tea made with real brewed tea. Keep it twisted.
Well, tonight on the podcast,
just in case you forgot.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because
she said that 5 years ago, y'all. Yeah, 5 years ago now. And much changed since. So Uncle Phil's going to give us the update on this interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vice President Kamala Harris finally went to the NABJ and sat down with the journalists. Now, some things that, what I noticed today, it was about, 40 some odd minutes, for the whole thing. But there were 2 black male journalists there and 1 black female. And they didn't put Boulay Martin up there. And Boulay Martin's a lifetime member. I'm curious to why Boulay Martin can't get an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris. That's very interesting how much he crashed out for her. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris was asked about reparations today. And I want you to hear exactly what she has to say in regards to reparations.
What we need to do going forward. Look, first of all, we just need to speak truth about history, in spite of the fact that some people would try and erase history and try and teach our children otherwise. We need to speak truth about the generational impact of our history, in terms of the generational impact of slavery, the generational impact of redlining, of Jim Crow law. I could go on and on and on. These are facts that have had impact. And we need to speak truth about it. And we need to speak truth about it in a way that is about deriving solutions. And frankly, I think that we, and part of that is studying it to figure out exactly what we need to do. But part of what we can do right now is, for example, what I'm talking about in terms of building an opportunity economy, which is addressing explicitly the obstacles that historically and currently exist and dealing with them. Student loan debt, medical debt, bias in home appraisals. What we need to do in terms of dealing with an issue that I have championed for years, Black maternal mortality, which is the fact that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth than other women. And we know that the reasons for that include disparities that pre-exist her pregnancy, including disparities that exist in the system during her pregnancy. So all of those things must be addressed.
Do you have a position on whether that should happen, this commission should happen through executive order or via Congress?
I think Congress ultimately will have the ability to do this work. I'm not discounting the importance of any executive action, but ultimately Congress. Because if you're going to talk about it in any substantial way, there will be hearings, there will be a level of public education and dialogue that, and I think that was part of the spirit behind the congressional action thus far, to ensure that everyone can participate in this conversation in a way that elevates
Everybody wasn't affected by the situation
about history and the reference points that have that are the impetus of this conversation. Especially again when people are trying to deny history, when people are, so-called leaders are saying that enslaved people benefited from slavery. I mean, let's talk about the delta here in terms of the work that needs to be done. It's profound.
So Vice President Kamala Harris has offered us another Scammy study.
Divine.
Newsflash, Vice President Kamala Harris. You see what happened with your homeboy, Gavin Newsom in California? We know y'all talk. Y'all cool. You know exactly what happened over there. They already did a study in California, first and foremost. That's number one. And look what happened over there. Now you're still talking about a study because Gavin Newsom wanted an amendment to the reparations bill they had, and he wanted another study. So the study is a stalling tactic. Let me tell y'all why many of you should be very angry when you hear the word study. Show me the study for all the billions of dollars that migrants have received. Where's the study for that? I haven't seen Congress get together and have hearings and doing a study, and everybody can go back and forth about it and saying if they agree with it or not. Nobody said a word about all the billions of my tax dollars and yours going to migrants. No study. But when it comes to Black Americans who are owed reparations for the work they done by building this nation, and the wealth of this nation come from the work of Black Americans, we need a study. They are playing with Black people. And I've been telling y'all about the Democrat Party. They play with Black people. And your shields will be like, well, you got to understand. You got to go to the meetings. And you got to, we got to get with the NAACP and the Urban League. And we got to lobby. And did you vote for this one? Did you talk to your congressman? Did you talk to your senator?
Hey, look, you know what?
Did the migrants talk to the congressman? Did the migrants talk to the senator? Did the migrants talk to the Urban League and NAACP? Did they do that? Did they go to the Democrat convention? Did they lobby? Did they do any of that? No. They showed right up, and the Biden-Harris administration says, here's money from the federal government to the cities to help with the migrant crisis. Here you go. Hotels lined up to say, hey, I'll take migrants, and getting millions upon millions of dollars housing migrants. Food companies are giving food for migrants and getting paid millions upon millions of dollars. Everybody getting cashed out, even the migrants themselves getting cashed out. Remember the story in Chicago? Venezuelans got here in 2022, a Venezuelan family. By 2024, they have a home to live in, not renting an apartment, but a home. Where was the study for all of the homes that's going to be going to migrants? Where is the study for the free rent they was getting in Chicago? What about all the EBT and all of that they was getting in New York City? Where is the study for that on the federal level? No study, no nothing for non-citizens, but the citizens, the people who built this country, you still talking about a study. I told y'all, it don't matter if it's Vice President Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, don't matter. They're here to maintain the status quo. What is the status quo? Black Americans have no resources. Black Americans at the bottom. Black Americans not going to get a thing. You understand? I don't care if she says it. Listen, Sheila Jackson Lee, and she's gone now, and may she rest in peace. Sheila Jackson Lee put up that HR 40, right? They had the HR 40 hearing. That was nothing but a scam to try to get Black people to go vote Democrat again. Listen, y'all already tried it. You tried it. Gavin Newsom tried it to save himself when they were doing a recall. Remember they did a recall on Gavin Newsom in California? And all of a sudden he wants to do a reparations bill, reparations study bill. Why? To give him a lifeline. And that's what she's doing. She's dangling the carrot in front of Black Americans. Hey, I got this study. We'll do this study for Black Americans on reparations. But then when they ask about, well, would you do some executive action? Well, technically you got to go through Congress. And she's saying it because she know good will is not going to go through Congress. She know good will is not going to happen. She didn't even say, look, we as a Democrat Party, we want to do reparations. So look, if you help us get the House in November, you help us get the Senate, we're doing reparations. She didn't say that, did she? No, because that would have been one way to get Black people to go out and vote Democrat in November, to get the House and to get the Senate and give her the presidency, right? And then she could do reparations. She didn't say that. She just said going through Congress. So because studies show only 48% of Democrats support reparations. That means the majority do not support reparations. It's just like that, ladies and gentlemen. So Vice President Kamala Harris, no ma'am. We're not going for the Scammy study. We've seen the federal government spend over $400 billion in a year on migrants with no study. So y'all can miss us with that. You definitely can miss me with that. Okay, you can miss me with that. If you want me to vote for you as Democrats, straight up, if you want me to go vote for you, you got to come out and say, as a Democrat Party, we're paying reparations in the form of cash payments. Give us the House, give us the Senate, no study. We putting up reparations package, and our Democrat president is going to sign it. That is a mantra of our party. Then you will see how Black Americans come out and vote for Democrat at that point. But dangling the crack carrot, now we see all these migrants getting papered up. Like that is offensive. That is utterly offensive. You're taking the cities into debt for the migrants.
The Democratic Party,
and they didn't pay a single tax here. They didn't build this country. They never fought for this country. Nothing. And they getting all this once again, ladies and gentlemen, with no study. I'm sorry, Democrats. You can't mention this to me about a study. I'm so turned off by hearing the word. That's why I say it's a scammy study, because it's a scam at this point. You're scamming Black Americans, and we're over the scam already. It's cool. Look, Sheila Jackson Lee tried it, and it was a scam then. A lot of people didn't see it as that. They thought that she had, put up reparations, right? Back in 2019. It was 2019 that Sheila Jackson Lee done that. Gavin Newsom pulled the same stunt. No, ma'am. You said the wrong words talking about a study. Another scammy study.
No, we want to keep this.
Try again, Vice President Kamala Harris. Try again.
Again, how we gonna?
I know it's crunch time for you right now. Oh, I know it is, because you're looking at that calendar, you're like, man, I ain't got much time. You really don't. That's why you went and talked to the NABJ, because you know that you got some issues with Black voters. You know that. So you talking about an hour history, or now you saying hour now?
She said Black.
So now you're saying Black again?
Yeah.
I guess Democrats say, hey, you're going to have to kind of get up off of that and start saying Black again now. It's getting crunch time. But that's not a good way to do it. Talking about a scammy study, Vice President Kamala Harris. If you want the Black vote, you got to say, I am going to do reparations, and give me the House, give me the Senate, and it's a promise from the Democrat Party. We're doing reparations.
Well, how we going to hold them accountable?
Until then, I ain't got nothing for you.
Right. Like, for real.
I can't believe she set up here and promised another scammy study. My Lord, don't promise a scammy study. Don't do that.
That's how you
just don't do
accountable.
that. Don't. Because I'd rather you just say no. I'd rather you say no than do a scammy study. But yeah, y'all, she gonna be pandering. Because it's crunch time. He won't have long. She don't have long. It is September 17th. She don't have long.
Goddamn.
November 5th is right around the corner. Literally, the way time passed is right around the corner. She gotta do something. ASAP.
Democratic Party.
And this is not the right way to go about it. Nobody accepts no scammy study, especially with your boy Gavin Newsom pulling in California and Sheila Jackson Lee.
Years ago.
Hey Mon Bebe, it's me. I am from Monster X, and I have something special for you.
Have not yet seen.
They treat us like $2 hoes on Kofast.
Like, I have not been back. And the breakup was real with the Democrats, and like, I got my brother's been a firm little Republican for a while, like a long while, for like most of his life. I have never been a Republican, but I like say I'm like most like what we the conservative idea.
I was a Republican for a month. I was a registered Republican for like a month, Yeah.
According to my
It was for a job.
According to my twinsy, he said that we should be real Republicans. And I said, I might try it out, man, but I like really I don't think we should be thirsty. Like, check this out, family. Like, we knew that in the day and age, Generation Xers, who are the fundamentally the biggest part of this movement of reparations and fucking standing on your fucking square and holding your vote and all that extra shit. Generation X, they really promoted that. Okay, so let's just keep that 100. Now, I say that because I'm thinking about, TVA. TVA is a Generation X.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Professor Blacc Troop, Generation X. Tariq Nasheed, Generation X. We can go on and on. And I'm talking about myself as well, Generation X. Okay? I'm saying like this. Like, we knew it was going to be a marathon. We knew it was not going to be easy. We knew it was going to be this motherfucking year or next. We knew it might be another 4. We knew it was going to, but we knew it that the force is with us and we're going to make it happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we shouldn't be thirsty, brothers and sisters. We should not be fucking thirsty right now and say, oh, well, if Trump gives us reparations, he said he going to do a reparation, we're going over there. Like, look, that was like a month ago or something like that. I was supposed to that. Now he said, look, you want the black vote, you got to talk about reparations, Vice President Harris. Look, if you ain't got the point yet, and I've been saying this shit since fucking Newsom did that motherfucking bullshit at the end of the commission, did a task force. I said, once he said no, whatever he backpedaled the next day, he said no first. Let's go with no. And that motherfucker should have been an enemy to black people off top. You should just walk around and mugging them, looking at them hard, and giving them the black energy of you know what I mean? Now here we are, and we're like, we'll just take anybody to say anything about reparations. We literally looking at it. We should not be so thirsty and desperate, family. We're better than that. Women, they want our vote. We are for sale yet again, as we've been since the time of slavery.
Yeah, but
for
this time
sale.
it's our vote.
And our vote is still the motherfucking the
We
thing.
don't have no allegiance to any of you.
We ain't got no allegiance. So
y'all both betrayed us. So
you both are motherfucking wrong.
Why
But we
would
should
be loyal
not
to you?
give you anything because your word is not to be trusted.
No.
You'll drag it out like you've been dragging it out
Mm-hmm.
for over 400 motherfucking years. So
Yeah.
at this point in time, you can't be believed. So, like, I don't know how we're gonna hold them accountable just yet. Let me brainstorm in my mind quietly to myself. But how the fuck are we gonna hold them accountable if the broad says she gonna give us reparations as soon as she get up in the office, and then she don't give us reparations as soon as she get up in the office? Then like, what that mean? Like, we just wasted our time.
Recall.
And then we immediately voted again, knowing goddamn well we shouldn't be listening to this motherfucking Democratic shit in the first place, because they're supposed to be like ick and no, and if you vote Democrat, you a dumbass this year. I mean, that's been the statement of the year. Now we're like, well, she gives it to us. No, take it fucking stand on the shit and mean it. I say, hold your motherfucking vote like
She said the black community, she gonna have to work for our vote.
She's talking about black men, but she can't assume that black men are gonna give her the vote, and just because on the premise of her being black. You know what I mean?
She's only black.
Well, like,
when it's convenient.
Timothy Henry said, y'all black.
She's on there.
She gave us the mayor black. You know what I mean? And I was like, no, man, no. We shouldn't be listening to this shit, man. It's all like it's all the carrot dangling, the pandering, the plight, the fucking, it's all stupid. And not only that, but that motherfucking interview was long-winded like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Boring. I stood in there for 26 minutes, long enough to hear that part.
Yeah, we lost to get to that interview too. So perfect
26
segue.
minutes.
So shout out to Sister Demetria K.
Yep.
And Brother Donovan.
Yeah, Brother Donovan.
They're gonna give us the update on this reparations. It wasn't even a reparations hearing or meeting, but they The NABJ, which is the National Association of Black Journalists, met with Kamala Harris and asked her some
Well, let me tell you this one real quick
questions.
thing about this. Did you notice that when Trump had the interview with the
That was completely different.
what do you say, NABJ?
NABJ.
Yeah, but what's that? How you were saying? You spell out the letters or what? NABJ.
Yeah, NABJ.
Whatever. With the black journalist.
NABJ, yeah.
All right, when he had the interview with the black journalist, he was on a bigger motherfucking stage, and there was 3 women. At this point, when this broad has the interview, she got
2 black men.
2 black men and a sister. And I'm telling you, man, the brother looked like motherfucking the motherfucker from Coming to America, the Soul Glow dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he looked like he could have been one of the family members getting up off the couch.
Mm-hmm.
Or even he could have even been the fucking main character of fucking Soul Glow, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, do something with this. He threw a shake at him. Daryl. He had been Daryl.
Yeah.
Not Daryl.
Seen the interview because I had a VA appointment today. And I'm a little excited. I haven't seen it. I don't know what was said. I know some people are saying that obviously you guys have seen it because we have the most educated co-host on the show. But I want to, actually see and hear what Kamala is saying exactly for herself. So, I'm hoping for the best, but I'm expecting the worst because I am the recovering Democrat. And now you guys see why I'm in recovery. Let's get to it.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to get into it. Hello, Benito. I hope you are doing well. Ruth Tracker, how you doing? Troy, Jay, the Informant, how you doing? And Sister Khadijah, how are you? Your average logical thinker. Asada, nice to see you as well. All right, let's get into it because I know y'all like, what in the world? But before we do, just like to say, if you have not registered, go get registered to vote. If you vote, that's your business. If you don't, that's your business too. But I'm going to vote. And as I said, I am going to be voting against blue in this national election due to a whole host of reasons that we have covered. And I'm sure we will talk about today. So vote.gov is where you can go do that. That way, at least they know who read or how many people registered, how many people voted, did not vote, and where their vote went to, and all that other good stuff in between. All right, I'll remove that. Okay. Now, today, Kamala Harris sat down with the National Association of Black Journalists. She finally showed up to her interview that she was supposed to do a couple of months ago. And there were 3 people on the panel that I interviewed her. One was, Tanya Mosley. She's a co-host of Wise. And I think that's a derivative of PBS. Don't quote me, but she is on Fresh Air with Terry Gross and Tanya Mosley on. I might listen to her on NPR. A really good show. And then Garen Keith Gaynor, he is a White House correspondent and managing editor of politics at the Griot. And then there was Eugene Daniels. He is a Playbook co-author and a White House correspondent for Politico. Okay, so those are the 3 panelists that interviewed her. They called it a conversation. They asked her a whole host of questions from the usual stuff. The first question they asked her is, are we better off now than we were 4 years ago? Of course, she gave her same old answer, kind of ran around in circles, if you will. Y'all have to watch the whole interview. And then as my daughter and I are watching it, I kept saying, I wonder if they're going to ask her reparations. Now, I will say this. They asked her about the war in Gaza. And, she gave her usual answer. I'm 100%, going to support Israel, this, that, and the other. But we're working on a ceasefire every day. And I'm going to say this about those 3 Black journalists. I will admit, when I started to watch, I was like, they're going to give her softball questions. They did not. The only thing I will say, though, is because obviously it was different journalists. They didn't come out with the razor blades and lemon juice like I think her name was Rachel Scott did with Trump when he was there. They didn't do that. They were very nice and cordial. But when I tell you, they did not let Kamala just give that regular old, okay, well, this is that. Okay, are we good? They pushed back to the point of you could tell that Kamala was very irritated. And I'm going to show you guys this clip here in regards to reparations. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Let's go.
Last month, you eulogized Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
Yeah.
Jackson Lee's signature bill, one of a few, was H.R. 40, which would create a commission to study the history of U.S. slavery and study the issue of reparations. She introduced H.R. 40 every session of Congress, taking up the mantle from Congressman John Conyers. This is a bill that you have co-sponsored as a U.S. Senator.
But the way he's sitting,
Yet, this has, despite the fact that this has been, similar commissions have been created on the state level and on the local level, is yet to pass in Congress, let alone come out of committee. Congresswoman Jackson Lee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and other advocates have called for President Biden to take executive action to create this commission. Would you, as president, take executive action to create this commission, or do you believe that it should happen in Congress?
Want to try Ozempic? Sothis is Ozempic, and it has the craziest side effect. You probably haven't heard about the average person who's taken this for weight loss. And what's wild is that anybody...
Well, first of all, I just, as you mentioned, Sheila Jackson Lee, she was an extraordinary leader who we just recently lost. And she was a friend and a real champion for so many issues. So I feel compelled to say that about her. On the issue of what we need to do going forward, look, first of all, we just need to speak truth about history in spite of the fact that some people are trying to erase history and try and teach our children otherwise. We need to speak truth about the generational impact of our history in terms of the generational impact of slavery, the generational impact of redlining, of Jim Crow law. I could go on and on and on. These are facts that have had impact. And we need to speak truth about it. And we need to speak truth about it in a way that is about deriving solutions. And frankly, I think that we, and part of that is studying it to figure out exactly what we need to do. But part of what we can do right now is, for example, what I'm talking about in terms of building an opportunity economy, which is addressing explicitly the obstacles that historically and currently exist.
Oh, yeah.
And dealing with them. Student loan debt, medical debt, bias in home appraisals. What we need to do in terms of dealing with an issue that I have championed for years, Black maternal mortality, which is the fact that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth than other women. And we know that the reasons for that include disparities that pre-exist her pregnancy, including disparities that exist in the system during her pregnancy. So all of those things must be addressed.
No. Do you have a position on whether that should happen, this commission should happen through executive order or via Congress?
I think Congress ultimately will have the ability to do this work. I'm not discounting the importance of any executive action, but ultimately Congress. Because if you're going to talk about it in any substantial way, there will be hearings, there will be a level of public education and dialogue that, and I think that was part of the spirit behind the congressional action thus far, to ensure that everyone can participate in this conversation in a way that elevates knowledge about history and the reference points that have that are the impetus of this conversation. Especially, again, when people are trying to deny history, when people are, so-called leaders are saying that enslaved people benefited from slavery. I mean, let's talk about the Delta here in terms of the work that needs to be done. It's profound.
You two know about the Delta.
Okay, y'all know what? Y'all, it's a lot of y'all typing up in there. When I get done with Donovan, I'm gonna start from the bottom. So at the top, I want to say hello to everybody. There's so many comments in there. So I just kind of want to just y'all heard what she said. Okay, I'm gonna ask y'all some questions in just a minute. But I want to say when it came to the issue of Roe v. Wade, they asked her, her opinions about it. She ran in circles, and then the brother that was sitting in the middle, Eugene, he asked her, one of them asked her. They said, so in regards to late term abortions, you know, is that something that you do? Like, what do we do? Are you for it? Or like, you know, basically asking her. She did not answer the question at all. But when they asked her about abortion, they said, well, you know, is that something you would do in executive order? Would you codify in law? And guess what she said? She said yes. Now I want y'all to pay attention. When they asked her about reparations, would that be something she would use as an executive order, or would she let Congress do it? She says, oh, I think that's something Congress should do. So on one hand, she's got the power to do something, but on the other hand, well, I'm gonna let Congress do it. But I just found also at the beginning of when she was answering the question, she had a hard time. She didn't even say the word. It's like resisting saying the word. She didn't. I didn't hear her say it at the beginning. Maybe she said it toward the end, but it was just I'm gonna shut up. Donovan, what say you? And then I'm gonna get to the comment section. I'm gonna start at the bottom. So if y'all want me to see your comments, y'all go slow. Donovan.
Yeah, very disappointing. Basically, what I got there was just like Brother Reggie said, it's a continuation of her interview of 2019, 2020. No, I'm not going to be on the specific for Black people. That's basically what she said. I mean, it's kind of disheartening because I was kind of hoping, because I'm a recovering Democrat. What does that mean? I pull for the Democrats, but I know it's not good for me, but I hope good things. And once again, the Democrats are showing us who they really are when it comes to Black people. Why is it that when it comes to Black people, there has to be a study? There has to be this. Yeah. You're giving billions to illegals. There was no study about that. What's it going to cost us? What is the future ramifications of giving that kind of money? You know, it's just, it's very frustrating. And for me, as a Black man, how can I sit here and continue to vote as a Democrat when they do not want to do anything for me? Right. So she's answering the question. And like you said, it's a yes or no question. I don't know what this 15-minute monologue was about. It should have just been yes or no. Right. Because basically it comes down to this. And I want you guys to understand how civics works and how the government works. People were astounded at the video that I put out on my channel about the power of the legislative branch that can override the executive branch if they have enough votes. People forgot all about that. Notice how when she's pressured, and a lot of politicians are pressured, she's going to throw it to Congress. Remember that little student loan thing that Joe Biden said, I'm going to do? He didn't have to give it to Congress. He gave it to Congress as a delay tactic. Yep. He has the unilateral power of the pen. But see how they play this game? It's him, it's her, it's him, it's her. If you understand civics, like you guys,
Donovan.
No.
They stopped teaching civics when I was.
We all know what they can do. She doesn't need to go to Congress to do something that she can do by executive pen, what Congress won't do. Right now, as we're sitting here talking, what do you think Sleeping Joe is doing on that beach? And people tried to correct me about this, Demetria, which again shows me the ignorance of people who don't know civics. Oh, he can't make them citizens. It has to go through Congress or whatever. I never said he has to make them citizens. What he's doing is by giving them legal standing, it puts them on the road to citizenship because they're no longer illegal. They can now go towards citizenship. And that's what Joe Biden's doing, and he's doing it by thousands. So I want to hear what you guys got to say.
Yeah,
but
in the article,
codified in law, as we know, a president can't codify anything in law. Whenever they say codified in law, that means it has to go to the Congress. It has to. It has to be voted on. So we got to understand the word salad of civics as they're doing this. But Demetria told you, the New Black Media told everybody out there, you guys have been telling your loved ones, the Democratic Party, when it comes to Black people, it has to be a study and all these delay tactics, hoping you'll go away. But you be a legal person, billions of dollars, no questions. Where are we going to house these people? Let's do a study to see what the impact of 13 million people has on the United States and what's going on. There's no study. Oh, we got to help them. Oh my God. And then here's what I didn't understand. The question was about basically reparations and what she's going to do with that, right? How does a woman's reproductive rights have to do with reparations and me feeding my family and getting the money and doing what I got to do to live? Do you guys see how she deflected and did that? Because she's trying to play on women's emotions, because that really doesn't work on men unless they're fruity men.
Right.
She's playing on women's emotions. Yes, women's rights. No, that wasn't the question. What does a woman's reproductive rights have to do with the question of reparations?
Right.
And last but not least, she's talking about Sheila Jackson Lee and all that other stuff, whatever the deal is. Sheila Jackson Lee's funeral was that Friday. She was supposed to be at the JBL, whatever that thing, a journalist thing, that Thursday. Don't let her fool you.
So anyway, hello to everybody. Raven, how you doing? Says we don't need no more studies. Just wipe her hands of reparations by turning it over to Congress. She's full of frog manure now. Frog manure. And hello to everybody else. Harley Quinn, how you doing? Long time no see. So let me go to the bottom so I can start over, because y'all, I never will catch up with the comments, and I apologize for that. So basically, hey, Mama Deb, how you doing? Daryl. Kamala ran in 2019 for 2020 to be the president, right? Of course, we know that she wasn't successful, but she is now the vice president. And most infamously, she was heard saying, "I'm not going to do nothing just for Black people now," right? And from that point, it doesn't seem like she ever addressed that.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit.
Although
Black
we've
people.
heard of her surrogates like Al Sharptons and other people say, "Oh, yeah, she said she supports reparations." But it was a study, right? She was talking about that on the Breakfast Club and back then, but we didn't hear anybody else, which is why I say shout out to them. I think they would have been remiss as a Black journalist club, right? To not ask her that question about reparations. And I saw somebody said they didn't push back. I think they pushed back enough, because she was irritated. If y'all watched the whole interview, she was really irritated. Like when they asked her questions and they tried to, cut her off to get her to answer questions like, "Let me finish," but I'm not finished. So she was kind of PO'd that they did push back. So I'm gonna say big up to them. I think they did an excellent job. I think it, they did what journalists should do. They removed they might be in the camp for Kamala, but they did not allow that to come out during that interview. But nevertheless, she tried her best, I guess, to answer the question, which she did. As I see a lot of y'all say, there was a lot of word salad going on, and that was most of her interview. With word salad in regards to, they asked her about Black men, and I took a lot of notes, right? So when they asked her about Black men, let's see exactly where to go.
Over that whole interview.
I had to write it down because my handwriting is terrible. Okay, so one of the journalists asked her, Black men, he basically said they want to vote for Trump, and because they feel like they're not being heard. That's basically what they're saying. And they asked her, basically, what do you think about that, and what are you gonna do, basically.
Twin, do you want to see the video? Some Black did the video. Yeah, he did do some of the video.
That brother looked like, swear to God, he looked like he could have been Daryl for motherfucking Coming to America. His soul was glowing.
Yeah, Tim Black played it. Let me see.
His soul. Go to the top. The shuttle where I sent you, Jesse. The one for the grill. The five best ones. That right there would be like the kicker of it.
So on another platform. Rather on another browser.
I am ready to go. Let me share the screen. Okay, let me share. Let me get involved.
Helped Anthony through night classes. Amazing starts at CSL Plasma. Donate plasma to.
That should happen. This commission should happen through executive.
Family from like
Everyone should have the opportunity to be the best version of themselves. With all the advancements in modern technology, improving your
Let's meet our three moderators for today's discussion. Jaron Keith Gaynor is the White House correspondent and managing editor of politics for The Griot. Eugene Daniels is co-author of the Politico Playbook and is Politico's White House correspondent. Tanya Mosley is the co-host of NPR and WHYY's Fresh Air.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We're going to get right to it. Without further ado, Vice President Kamala Harris.
There is definitely no point.
K-Twin said he wants to see it, so we're going to play it.
That's the juiciest curl
Madam Vice President, thank you so much for doing this and making the time. I'm just a little bit busy right now. We want to start on an issue that Americans across the country say is their number one concern, and that's the economy. A question that has been asked of you and everybody that's on the Democratic side is whether or not voters are better off.
Twin said he wants to see the whole thing.
You don't want to see the whole thing.
I asked Twin if he wants to see it. He said, yeah.
Not the whole video. Jesus Christ, that shit was like nothing but sleepy time.
45 minutes.
Yeah, it's 45 minutes. You want the highlights. Say you got the highlights. Highlights is quick. They're like that shit was long-winded, Twin. Long-winded. Like this bitch talked for 15 minutes every question. I felt like they only asked her 8. You know what I mean? Like it was all the same roundabout shit she always said. Like, let me do it. Let me participate.
Okay.
Where's the thing at, please? Doesn't have the thing.
No, I don't think you have it.
Hey, where is it? Kelsey.
No.
Oh, no. I said, let me participate. I don't even have the thing. Where is it?
I found it in the right browser.
Where? You see it, Dizzy?
No.
The thing.
No.
Oh, I see it now.
Black men at your residence. Yep. You have engaged Black men and centered them in your economic opportunity tour. But polling shows that some Black men, particularly young Black men, are considering voting for Donald Trump, and they see him as better for the economy. What is your message to young Black male voters who feel left out of this economy, and how can your economic policies materially change their lives?
So I appreciate the spirit of the question, but I'll tell you, I've often been asked this question in a way that I've had to respond by first saying that I think it's very important to not operate from the assumption that Black men are in anybody's pocket. Black men are like any other voting group. You got to earn their vote. So I'm working to earn the vote, not assuming I'm going to have it because I am Black, but because the policies and the perspectives I have understands what we must do to recognize the needs of all communities. And I intend to be a president for all people.
I want to move to Springfield, Ohio, and what's happening there. We've seen school closures, parents worried about their kids leaving the home because of racist conspiracy theories that I won't repeat here, but they have been repeated by leaders on the Republican side, President Trump, former President Trump, Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. From your perspective, is this just a case of irredeemable racism that can't be mitigated by any rational action, or is this a situation in which a federal response could help this community heal?
You know, I learned a long time ago in my career, having a background as a prosecutor, when you have these positions, when you have that kind of microphone in front of you, you really ought to understand at a very deep level how much your words have meaning. I learned at a very young stage in my career The meaning of my words could impact whether somebody was free or in prison. As Attorney General, I was of California, fifth largest economy in the world. I was acutely aware that my words could move markets. When you are bestowed with a microphone that is that big, there is a profound responsibility that comes with that. That is an extension of what should not be lost in this moment, this concept of the public trust. To then understand what the public trust means. It means that you have been invested with trust to be responsible in the way you use your words, much less how you conduct yourself. And especially when you have been and then seek to be again President of the United States of America. And so I go back to, it's a crying shame, literally. What's happening to those families, those children in that community, not to mention what is happening in terms of, look, you say you care about law enforcement resources being put into this because of these serious threats that are being issued against a community that is living a productive, good life before this happened. And spewing lies that are grounded in tropes that are age old.
Last month, you eulogized Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Jackson Lee's signature bill, one of a few, was H.R. 40, which would create a commission to study the history of U.S. slavery and study the issue of reparations. She introduced H.R. 40 every session of Congress, taking up the mantle from Congressman John Conyers. This is a bill that you have co-sponsored as a U.S. Senator. Yet, this has, despite the fact that this has been, similar commissions have been created on the state level and on the local level, is yet to pass in Congress, let alone come out of committee. Congresswoman Jackson Lee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and other advocates have called for President Biden to take executive action to create this commission. Would you, as president, take executive action to create this commission, or do you believe that it should happen in Congress?
On the issue of
attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m.
what we need to do going forward. Look, first of all, we just need to speak truth about history, in spite of the fact that some people are trying to erase history and try and teach our children otherwise. We need to speak truth about the generational impact of our history in terms of the generational impact of slavery, the generational impact of redlining, of Jim Crow law. I could go on and on and on. These are facts that have had impact. And we need to speak truth about it. And we need to speak truth about it in a way that is about deriving solutions. And frankly, I think that we, and part of that is studying it to figure out exactly what we need to do. But part of what we can do right now is, for example, what I'm talking about in terms of building an opportunity economy, which is addressing explicitly the obstacles that historically and currently exist and dealing with them.
Do you have a position on whether that should happen, this commission should happen through executive order or via Congress?
I think Congress ultimately will have the ability to do this work. I'm not discounting the importance of any executive action, but ultimately Congress. Because if you're going to talk about it in any substantial way, there will be hearings, there will be a level of public education and dialogue that, and I think that was part of the spirit behind the congressional action thus far, to ensure that everyone can participate in this conversation in a way that elevates knowledge about history and the reference points that have that are the impetus of this conversation.
You've said you support an assault weapons ban and universal background checks, and we actually learned during the debate that you are a gun owner. But in cities like Philadelphia, handguns are responsible for most homicides and violent crime. The most recent FBI data shows handguns were involved in 59% of murders in our country. How will you address the issue of the use of handguns? Because a push for an assault weapons ban only addresses a significant but small part of the problem.
So, first of all, yes, I am a gun owner, and Tim Walz is a gun owner, and we're not trying to take anybody's guns away from them. But we do need an assault weapons ban. Assault weapons are designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly,
Yes,
and
an
have
assault
no
weapons
place,
ban,
and have
yes.
no place, I'm gonna get to it,
Yes.
and have no place on the streets of a civil society. We need universal background checks, which, to your point about handguns, is about saying that it is just reasonable to want reasonable gun safety laws that say we should do background checks that we ought to know. It's just reasonable. You might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You might just want to know.
And respectfully, we do understand that.
But you're asking
Yes.
about.
I'm
you're
asking specifically about handguns, because many of those handguns aren't
universal
purchased in
background
places.
checks
Yes.
apply to handguns.
Yes.
They do.
But in
And
many
so-
instances, those handguns aren't even bought lawfully. Yes.
Which is why I also have been very adamant for years. In fact, I myself protested at a gun show probably 10, 15 years ago about the gun show loophole and why we need to close that. Because what ends up happening is that gun shows at flea markets, gun dealers are not, under existing law in the past, required to register their sales. And so you are exactly right that a lot of homicides, for example, a good number of them, I don't have the statistic in front of my mind, are committed with illegally purchased guns. And that's why we need to address each entry point in the issue, including universal background checks, closing the gun show loophole, and what we need to do as a general matter to focus not only on reaction to crime, but prevention of crime.
January 6th, your view was allowed us to kind of pass a viable pipe bomb. We've seen.
No, I was in the building.
You were in the building.
Uh-huh.
And we've seen what's happening with former President Trump. Do you have full confidence in the Secret Service to
I do.
protect all of you?
I do.
You feel safe for you and your family?
I do. But I mean, you can go back to Ohio. Not everybody has Secret Service. And there are far too many people in our country right now who are not feeling safe. I mean, I look at Project 2025 and I look at, like the Don't Say Gay laws coming out of Florida. Members of the LGBTQ community don't feel safe right now. Immigrants, or people with an immigrant background don't feel safe right now. Women don't feel safe right now. And so, yes, I feel safe. I have Secret Service protection, but that doesn't change my perspective on the importance of fighting for the safety of everybody in our country, and doing everything we can to, again, lift people up and not beat people down so they feel alone and are made to feel small and made to feel like they're somehow not a part of it or us.
Oh my Lord, that was a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
So no and no. Basically just some old roundabout shit.
I said no the first time. I'm gonna say no a second time. And a third time. And y'all still gonna go out and vote for me. Oh Lord, JD goddamn Vance. No. Blue-eyed devil.
All over the place. Stop staring at the screen.
Yes, ma'am. All right, ladies, here, what are your thoughts on this ridiculous interview?
It was stupid. I just feel like she just gave some long-winded fucking no directional answers. Like, You know, like none of the answers really answered the questions. And not to mention, she pointed out that she was willing to pass on whatever bill to wherever, and you know, what I mean, she just wanted to dismiss the power of the pen. So, you know, let's just look at that for a little bit. And you know, we can't be thirsty. Like, we're better than this. Like, we were better than this. No, you know why we're entertaining democratic conversations anymore.
Because our people still vote 80-90% for the Democrats. That's why.
What's the next topic there? Let's breeze through it real quick because it's getting late. And like this is Jesse's face, like he is smokes some weed. His eyes are like super low.
Definitely good. So another that's it. Everything else is the migrant news. The Unhoused neighbor news. So this is what y'all want us to vote for? Hell to the no. Alright, I got a slew of videos for this next topic. So we're down to the last few topics of the night, and that is the Unhoused neighbor news, and illegal migrant news, the Unhoused neighbor sweeps, and the Unhoused illegal sweeps. So I don't even know where to begin with this. For those that didn't know, in the past year, Denver has had over 50,000 illegal immigrants move here from the southern border, and it has basically brought several city services to the screeching halt. The main one was Denver Health, which is our health provider out here. And now the problem's getting pushed over to Aurora. So Aurora, as y'all know, the dump has made national news with the last debate between him and Kamala Harris. They said they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets. And also the gangs are running rampant. Trade, how do you say it? Tay de Agua?
I don't know. TDA. Whatever that said. Whatever it said, it's some bullshit because, I mean, it may or may not be, but it was like, you know, I'm outside, so I do go outside. And this is my neighborhood, and like literally, I'm like maybe 8 blocks away, so if that. So I think I would be a firm expert what the fuck is going on in my own neighborhood that I patrol regularly. So, like, this is not what it is really. But that's whatever. I did go triple double check, you know, and I go at weird ass hours where, you know, and I look like, you know, part of the neighborhood. So I look like somebody you could definitely be like, are you lost? You need something? Yeah, let's talk about it for a quick second. You know what I mean? So, definitely out and about, looking like I'm up to no good. So, you know, I don't have no problem with motherfuckers approaching me, talking to me about shit. Carry on, Jess.
Yeah, so along with Aurora, Colorado, and Denver, Colorado, Chicago has literally spent over $1 billion to free, clothe, and house the illegals. So now they are being put on blast. One of the aldermen, Brandon, has been putting the mayor, Brandon Johnson, on blast for $600 million secret. And then we got the situation with the Haitians.
The shit with the Aurora, though. Oh, the shit in here.
I have a whole queue, but we're gonna get there eventually. So that's
is facing a nearly $1 billion budget deficit for fiscal year 2025. And the mayor says everything is on the table to fill that hole, like raising property taxes, a hiring freeze, and cuts to city services. Ninth Ward Alderman Anthony Beal joins me now. Alderman, thanks for tuning in this morning, checking in with us.
Well, thanks for having me. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How did we get to this point?
Deficit that was coming, and we knew that coming out of the pandemic, things were still slow. Coming out of the pandemic, downtown is still recovering. And so we've been looking at all these different things going on that really caused this hole, but we didn't do anything to prepare for it. We spent all the COVID money creating programs and creating additional jobs. And now that COVID money is running out, that's adding, more deficit to our revenue on a day-to-day basis. So we didn't do anything last year to raise property tax fees or fines or anything. And we just kind of punted last year. And that also added to this hole. And so it was a compound of really bad judgments that really got us here.
It sounds like you're almost blaming yourself for this. Was it you? Was it the mayor's office? Who's to blame?
Well, it wasn't me, because I voted against every budget the last 5 years. And so it was definitely the guidance of the administration that really pushes the agenda as far as our budgets are concerned. And so when you look at our budgets, it's the mayor's responsibilities to present us with budgets. And, I've been fighting tooth and nail about all these bad decisions that have been made. And it's just right now, it's not enough of us in the city council to, really right the wrongs that are going on. When you look at the fact that we spent $814,000 on a wrought iron fence pandemic, knowing that we have a deficit, why would you do something like that? Why would we spend over $600 million on migrants when you know we have a deficit like?
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, 600.
If you guys heard what he said, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear what he said, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here goes my question. If we got Alderman Anthony Beal sitting up here saying this, why is it that we have people sitting here saying that what we're saying is MAGA mis or disinformation when the alderman of the actual city is saying the same thing that I've been saying? And I'm not even from that city, but it just makes sense because this is a math. This is budget. Any accountant can do this.
Right.
When are people going to stop tolerating nonsense is my question. Because as you guys can say, I don't tolerate nonsense. Like I don't tolerate it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that people should be more resistant to nonsense toleration.
Right.
Like I said, I agree with Anthony Beal. Now, Anthony Beal is a Democrat. I haven't went in on Anthony Beal. Find me some content where I went in on Anthony Beal, and he's a Democrat that's on the ground in a city, local elections, local politics, where he's fighting the migrant crisis because the federal initiatives have trickled down local. But there's a simp issue, right? So somebody, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are telling one story, but Democrats like Anthony Beal and Ray Lopez are telling a different story. So who's telling the true story? The same way I believe local news over national news, I'm more biased to believe local politicians over national politicians. And again, look at all the butthurt simps. Look at all the butthurt simps. They vote now. You guys see who is Anthony Beal directly laying the blame on for this budget? That's my question for you guys. Who manages the budget? Who is he laying the blame on? Because the news lady gonna ask him directly.
Welcome back. The city of Chicago is facing a nearly $1 billion budget deficit for fiscal year 2025.
I want you guys to pay attention. Look at how hurt people are in the face of watching their own idiocy on display on TV. Look at how powerless these people are. They're so weak they can't even say anything in the chat. They got to come in, see this, get mad because this is something that they contributed to, and bounce their sorry asses out of here. That's exactly what they supposed to do, is bounce out. If you don't have no purpose and you're dumb and you're messing up stuff for everybody, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to bounce out. Right. And the problem is that it ain't no bouncers bouncing anybody.
And the mayor says Everything is on the table to fill that hole, like raising property taxes, a hiring freeze, and cuts to city services. Ninth Ward Alderman Anthony Beal joins me now. Alderman, thanks for tuning in this morning, checking in with us.
Well, thanks for having me. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How did we get to this point?
Well, we knew that this cliff was coming years ago. We knew we had a pension deficit that was coming. And we knew that, coming out of the pandemic, things were still slow. Coming out of the pandemic, downtown is still recovering. And so we've been looking at all these different things going on that really caused this hole. But we didn't do anything to prepare for it. We spent all the COVID money creating programs.
Now, look at this. Now check this out, right? They just had that DNC in Chicago. They didn't make any money from that.
Right.
Pay attention to what Anthony Beal's saying.
Right.
He literally sitting here giving the just unmitigated honesty. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I ain't never seen it come this honest. You know what I'm saying?
And so we've been looking at all these different things going on that really caused this hole, but we didn't do anything to prepare for it. We spent all the COVID money creating programs and creating additional jobs. And now that COVID money is running out, that's adding, more deficit to our revenue on a day-to-day basis. So we didn't do anything last year to raise property tax fees or fines or anything, and we just kind of punted last year, and that also added to this hole. And so it was a compound of.
Now let me ask you guys this: how come Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Roland Martin got Karen content all day for y'all, and don't have no content about this, where there's an actual articulate, educated, involved, forward-thinking, intelligent alderman who can lay out the issues that are going on in Chicago to help people improve the situation in Chicago instead of telling somebody about what some Karen did at IHOP?
Word, that is a true statement. Very funny as fuck too.
Y'all ever seen any videos of Roland Martin or any videos of Dr. Rashad Ritchie where they're highlighting anything that's going on in a Chicago City Council meeting anywhere at all ever?
No.
This is what I'm saying. Pay very close. Anybody that tries to appeal to your emotions, that should be a red flag. People only try to appeal to your emotions if they want to manipulate you. People try to appeal to their logic, to your logic, if they're trying to get you to understand something. I don't appeal to nobody's emotions because I don't have no emotions. I try to appeal to people's logic. And I get frustrated because allegedly of the highest order of organism on the planet, we're supposed to be the ones with quote unquote logic, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like the inefficiency of human emotion has now conquered the human psyche as we move into the post-truth era.
Yep.
Really bad judgments that really got us here.
It sounds like you're almost blaming yourself for this. Was it you? Was it the mayor's office? Who's to blame?
Well, it wasn't me.
Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention to when he says it wasn't him. Pay very close attention to this. This is and this is a question that I always ask. How did this happen? See, the white lady, she asking the same questions that I be asking. How did this happen? How did we get here? Brandon, now, do you see how when she asked those questions, Anthony Beal is giving clear-cut answers as to how we got there. This is how we got here. Inappropriate COVID spending. We created inappropriate programs. We didn't budget the money properly. He gave bullet-pointed outline points of things that were done or not done that can be tied specifically to a dollar amount in that $1 billion. He didn't just sit there and not say anything. That's how you know somebody who didn't contribute to a problem.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's how you know.
Not too far.
And then he's going to go on to say, well, I didn't contribute to it because these were the actions that I was taking during the time when these things were going on. When people don't say anything, that's how you know.
Control the shit or something.
That's how you know. You know what I'm saying?
Last year, and that also added to this hole. And so it was a compound of really bad judgments
330
that really got us here.
It's a blame.
Well, it wasn't me because I voted against every budget the last 5 years. And so it was definitely the guidance of the administration that really pushes the agenda as far as our budgets are concerned. And so when you look at our budgets, it's the mayor's responsibilities to present us with budgets.
Yeah, that's true too.
Now, the last 5 years, that means that he was voting against Lori Lightfoot for part of her time too.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't know what to say.
Let me just control the country. Let me get control of it.
How come didn't nobody support him in voting against these budgets? You see who's the direct now? He said right? Ultimately, right? I wouldn't even say ultimately it's Brandon Johnson's fault. I would say ultimately it's the people of Chicago's fault. Because as you guys heard right here, Anthony Beale said all of these things and the budgets get presented by the mayor. Who chose the mayor?
Voters.
Who chose the mayor of Chicago? Who had the choice to pick somebody that they wanted to pick as the mayor of Chicago? Who did that?
People.
The voters.
Yep.
Really bad judgments that really got us here.
It sounds like you're almost blaming yourself for this. Was it you? Was it the mayor's office? Who's to blame?
Well, it wasn't me because I voted against every budget the last 5 years. And so it was definitely the guidance of the administration that really pushes the agenda as far as our budgets are concerned. And so when you look at our budgets, it's the mayor's responsibilities to present us with budgets.
So I want you guys to understand the scenario that we got going on here. Shout out to the specialist. What's good with it, bro? The scenario is if you don't support politicians who create insurmountable budgets for black cities, you're a coon.
Yeah.
This is why I'm a coon. Throw some coons in the chat for me.
Just ready and fall asleep.
Throw some coon chats and throw some coon emojis in the chat for me. This is what makes me a coon. I want to make sure we have a clear understanding of the 2024 definition of coon. And just so you guys know, hey, things change, right? Just like woke changed, people took that and changed it. I guess things change. Shout out to Notorious B.I.G. Rest in peace. Things done change. You know what I'm saying?
No, we got to play this video from the queue.
What for?
Otherwise, we'll know.
Shout out to the specialist.
What's the next video?
Things done changed. Go ahead, Brooklyn Queen. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You gonna sound like you at a college party. Do it. Do it. Do it.
You got that move.
Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Hey, hit the like button if y'all ain't hit the like button. If y'all enjoying the content, man, hopefully y'all are.
And I've been fighting tooth and nail about all these bad decisions that have been made, and it's just right now it's not enough of us in the city council to really right the wrongs that are going on. When you look at the fact that we spent $814,000 on have a deficit. Why would you do something like that? Why would we spend over $600 million?
Now, see, I want you guys. You see, Anthony Beale. He's saying the same. He's saying and doing the same thing I do. This is what was done. Why would you do that? I mean, it's literally. This is what I'm saying. If people were actually bounded by the actual bounds, see, there's two different kinds of monoliths, right? There's a reality monolith, and then there's a delusional monolith. There's only one reality monolith. And that means everything is all based in base reality factual information. If everybody was based in base reality factual information, there would be one correct monolith, and that would be everybody driven by the data feedback of reality to your brain.
All right, you should be able to find it now.
However, that's not the case. And what happens is inefficient monoliths occur that create delusion. If everybody was on the same page, all processes would be the same, and it would be a quality control thing of people are 100% consistent with reality. The problem occurs when people's consistency with reality varies.
Yeah.
As you see people who are consistent to reality, they go about processes the same and they act the same. And the reason why is because reality is a machine and people are parts of that reality machine, which means that they're programmed for a specific purpose, a specific duty, and for specific functions, which means that there's not too far out of ranges of what we can do. There's only a certain way that you can go about fact finding in data. And this is what he's doing, fact finding in data. He's asking questions, scientific method. You can't get around that. So there's two reasons why you would see people being a monolith. One reason would be that everybody is 100% consistent with reality, which would make it only one monolith. or there would be multiple monoliths with varying degrees of delusion, which would be a slight change in standard deviation or variance from their consistency with reality. And that's what we see right now.
Let's go to the.
If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
I was on a wrought iron fence during the pandemic, knowing that we have a deficit. Why would you do something like that? Why would we spend over $600 million
James, what's good
on
with it, bro?
migrants when you know we have a deficit like this? Why didn't we have a hiring freeze or start furlough day?
That you are currently on.
Bringing it back to undocumented. What did he say about the migrant budget? When he lists the migrant budget, I want you guys to put the number in the chat, okay?
That have been made, and it's just right now it's not enough of us in the city council to really right the wrongs that are going on. When you look at the fact that we spent $814,000 on a wrought iron fence during the pandemic, knowing that we have a deficit, why would you do something like that? Why would we spend $1 million on migrants when you know we have a deficit like this? We did
$600 million is what they've spent on migrants.
Wow.
$600 million. That takes up the majority of the budget, and it's been talked about. If the budget is $1 billion, oh no, actually I'm wrong about that. Never mind. But 600 million. Actually, no, I'm not wrong about that. Yeah, $600 million. You see it right up on the screen. $600 million. So only 400. So that means that 60% of this budget was spent on migrants. 60%. So if they hadn't spent any money on migrants at all, they would have still had $600 million to spare, which would have meant that the budget would have been $400 million, roughly.
We've been prolonging this shit.
For what?
For freaking weeks.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's get to our shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shout out to David Brown. That's crazy. Facts. If you guys agree, that's crazy. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
What are we doing in here? What is the
crazy?
Where's the ending of this?
What's even crazier is that Brandon Johnson will probably never have to appropriately answer for
I
this.
already learned the fucking there's cats and dogs fucking Asian.
He'll probably never have to appropriately answer for this.
Motherfucking black people crying. We already learned that shit. Like
Now, why am I saying this? I'm saying this to say this.
He's back there.
As you guys heard what Anthony Beale said, Brandon Johnson, for the most part, is solely responsible for this. People put him in office. This is what voting against your own interest looks like. People can't afford to be doing this and then turn around and come on TV and be all outraged at a city council meeting when you put these people in office.
Yep.
But then you got people sitting up there saying that I'm a coon because of the politicians that I talk about. This, I want you guys to pay attention. My content, people had to listen to me and my recommendations. You would have at least not had to worry about a $600 billion budget deficit in Chicago. Me advising people of the pitfalls of a $600 billion budget deficit based on migrants in Chicago, that makes me a coon. I want you guys to understand that.
That's fucked up shit.
Do with it what you may.
Days back in March and April, if you knew we had a deficit like this coming, and so there was no preparation, so it's just bad decisions going forward.
Thank you for clarifying that in your position on those issues. Okay, so we're in.
So Anthony Beale said this is just bad decisions going forward. So this right here is a professional, articulate version of me saying you're just dumb. This is the same thing. It's the same thing, except for he's being professional about it because he has a position of authority in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? He's got to interact with multiple different people. He's just not sitting in front of a YouTube mic and can just scream at people. But I can, though, because I don't do this. So he's saying that people are making decisions that don't make sense. They're not consistent with the information that's available there, and they're not consistent with reality. And that higher competency decisions and better decisions, higher integrity decisions should be being made. But they're not. And they're not because people are just dumb. Same reason why people voted for these people, because they're just dumb. So you say this, right? You've made these statements, and then see, because Anthony Beale, I got this feeling, because you get to a point where you start doing things that make sense, and then like you sit around and look at other people not do things that make sense, and you kind of just turn into a robot. Like you kind of just lose your affect. You kind of just like lose faith in people. So what ends up happening is you just kind of talk like with this solemn talk of just the expected idiocy of other people, and you just kind of keep it pushing. And if you ask me, that's the kind of tone that Brandon Johnson has. He got that kind of energy. Like, these people are idiots. I've been trying to do things different for 5 years, and they don't listen. This is all I can say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You need to go talk to these people. That's about the demeanor that I get from Anthony Beale here, and I get it. I get it. You know what I'm saying?
I do get it.
It's just right now, it's not enough of us in the city council to, really right the wrongs that are going on. When you look at the fact that we spent $814,000 on a wrought iron, we spent over $600 million on migrants when we have a deficit like this. Why didn't we have a hiring freeze or start furlough?
I'm not trying to. It's just hilarious when people be like, "Why did you do that?" Because I ask that question and it won't get answered. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, that's why he's asking the question. Like, why would you do that? It just won't get answered. Like, it just literally just won't get answered. It's just like, this is crazy, man.
Days back in March and April, if you knew we had a deficit like this coming. And so there was no preparation. So it's just bad decisions going forward.
Thank you for clarifying that in your position on those issues. Okay, so we're in this problem. We got to do something. What would you do to plug the hole?
Well, again, we should have had massive a hiring freeze outside of police and fire. And I'm glad that the administration saw the error of their ways and reverse course
right? As far as Anthony Beale with the police and fire. Anthony Beale is real big on safety. You guys recall I disagreed with him in his position on ShotSpotter. However, I respect his position because he's there in Chicago and he understands the city and he knows what's best far more than I would. My positions on those things come specifically from a standpoint of how I feel about police in general. He's dealing with it from the local area, and I respect that. You know what I'm saying? So if you listen to Anthony Beale, he's going to always be somebody that is pro public safety. So when people be like, oh, he this, that, and the other because he said X, Y, Z. If you ask me, when people do that, that's lizard brain. That's lizard brain. And lizard brain is one of the reasons why people like Anthony Johnson got Brandon Johnson became the mayor.
Yep.
You
So, know what I'm saying?
Well, we should have been looking at possible furlough days like we did years ago to help plug this gap. But none of those things were done. We just kept spending, kept spending. And now we have a hole, and we want to blame CPS on the $223 million hole we have this year for not paying their pension payment. However, if we wouldn't have a deficit.
The same exact thing that I did. And the reason why he said the same exact thing that I said I did is because 600 million minus 1 billion is 400 million. There's no negotiation on that. So anybody who's being honest is going to have the same answer as him, me, anybody else right down the line. Put it in a calculator. A calculator is going to say the same thing as me and him said. This is what people can't handle, which I don't understand because this is actually easy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of these like, it's not rocket science. Like, when I be telling, like, literally, it's not rocket science. Literally, it's 1 billion minus 600. And actually, you can make it, if that's too much for you, you can just make it 10 minus 6. Literally, that's all it is. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the I don't understand the perceived complexities with this stuff. I truly don't. I'm perplexed by the perceived complexness of this stuff. None of this even had to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
How do you get here? Who answers for this?
Jesse. How do we get here?
Vote from blue no matter who.
How do we get to this state? Still.
You know what I mean?
In March and April. We should have been looking at possible furlough days like we did years ago to help plug this gap. But none of those things were done. We just kept spending, and now we have a hole, and we're laying $200 hole this year for not paying their pension payment. However, if we had not spent $600 million on the migrants, we wouldn't have a deficit this year going forward. And so we have created this disaster.
Right? So now people are asking, well, this is undocumented. This channel is supposed to be about the migrant crisis. Yeah, the migrant crisis doesn't occur in a vacuum. The migrant crisis occurs while these cities have these other issues, and they're all interrelated. This is why you keep hearing Anthony Beale bring up the migrant crisis.
I don't care.
$1 billion.
If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down.
$1 billion.
Are you fucking kidding? Are you serious?
Disaster that we're in, and then now we want to point fingers and blame everybody else for the bad decisions that this administration has been making.
Okay, I want to ask you about something.
Yeah, so now look at this. So now he's talking about
at least 100 million.
Pointing fingers and blaming everybody else. Is Anthony Beale being a coon? Absolutely not. Anthony Beale is one of the few politicians that you will see me ever saying anything positive about.
$1 billion.
We're not factoring all the truth that's out in it to be happening. You know, there's way more money going out there that we don't even talk about.
He's absolutely right.
You know, kind of extra shit away.
They just got another $6 million.
What?
Which is one of the reasons why you rarely see a press conference with him. I've only seen them talk to him 2 or 3 other times. And Fox News never tries to bring him on. They get Ray Lopez before they get him.
Just saying about say what I'm about to say.
We want to blame CPS on the $223 million hole that we have this year for not paying their pension payment. However, if we had not spent $600 million on the migrants, we wouldn't have a deficit this year going forward. And so we have created this disaster that we're in, and now we want to point fingers and blame everybody else. But
we've been talking about this since
I'm running that again. This right here is actually this right here might actually be a little clip. I'm gonna do some clips from this live stream, but this right here might be its own separate clip. Because I think that this needs to be played on repeat all over the place, all over the United States in Democrat cities. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Furlough days, like we did years ago to help plug this gap. But none of those things were done. We just kept spending. And now we have a hole, and we want to blame CPS on the $223 million hole that we have this year for not paying their pension payment. However, if we had not spent $600 million on the migrants, we wouldn't have a deficit this year going forward. And so we have created this disaster that we're in, and now we want to point fingers and blame everybody else for the bad decisions that this administration has been making.
Okay, I want to ask you about something you just mentioned there. You called the fact not to include police and fire in the hiring freeze a reversal of a decision from the Johnson administration. They're saying it wasn't a reversal, that was the plan all along.
So I want you guys to see, Brandon Johnson is lying. Mm-hmm. And we got the proof. We did the article from Chicago Tribune and everything. It's on this. It's on here. It's on undocumented.
Yeah. Undocumented force.
Did they get pushback and then they decided, oh, maybe we shouldn't include them in the hiring freeze?
Yeah, absolutely. All the documentation that we got, everything that went out, and it was a total hiring freeze across the entire city, including first responders. And so there was a lot of pushback. A lot of aldermen, the FOP was pushing back. The firefighters union was pushing back. Aldermen were pushing back, saying, we're already 2,000 officers short. Now you're going to freeze, hiring. You're going to not pay overtime. And we still are dealing with carjackings and smash and grabs and murders and all kind of CTA issues. And now you want to cut back. That was just a bad decision. And I'm glad they reversed course, but it was definitely a reversal.
Interesting. Okay, so I want to switch gears here. Several Chicago aldermen are calling for the mayor to fire one of his top after a 2020 podcast interview just resurfaced. Let's listen in, and then I want your reaction.
If I die, especially at the hands of pigs, don't name for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to.
How many people have heard of this? This is kind of off topic for this channel, but there was this situation where this mayor candidate, I think this woman is running for mayor. They're calling these controversial comments because she called some cops pigs.
Like piece of legislation named after me, a road, none of that. But I would be honored if that got more folks to abolition.
So Alderman, that was allegedly the voice of Kennedy Bartley, Mayor Johnson's managing deputy of external relations. She was just given a promotion of sorts. Your reaction?
Well, first of all, it wasn't allegedly. That was her. And those are her views, and those are the agenda that her and her organization have been pushing here in the city of Chicago. And, I'm sorry that she wasn't thoroughly vetted and she should not be on the payroll. And, I actually joined the course or the choir to have her removed immediately. She should not be on the government payroll. She should not be paid by taxpayer dollars. And if these are the type of people that the mayor wants to surround himself with, then, that explains exactly why the city is in turmoil and chaos that you see right now.
Yeah, he is definitely within his total self right there.
Thoughts?
I love it.
Thoughts? Let me ask you guys this question. Is Anthony Beale a fake Democrat MAGA agent?
No.
Black American? Because he's clearly Black American.
Good anger.
I'm just asking. Somebody help me out.
Hey.
Now, he has some interesting critiques of Brandon Johnson's administration. As you got to ask the question, as critical as Anthony Beale, I mean, I've always said this. I think that if Anthony Beale and Brandon Johnson was in a room together, like I think Anthony Beale probably like you know what I'm saying, he probably roughed Brandon Johnson up a little bit.
I feel like he was dragging that.
How come they never brought him on Fox or anything like that?
Right.
Because Anthony Beale, he said the controversial truth. He is not holding back. He is genuinely.
But like, I would be honored if that like got more folks to abolition.
So, Alderman, that was allegedly the voice of Kennedy Bartley, Mayor Johnson's managing deputy of external relations. She was just given a promotion of sorts. Your reaction?
Well, first of all, it wasn't allegedly. That was her. And those are her views, and those are the agenda.
Shout out to Lunch. What's good with it, bro? So you guys don't have nobody got any opinion? I gotta agree with Black Spider. If you guys agree with Black Spider, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Black Spider said he's too black and too rational. If you ask me, Anthony Beale is the type of black man that they absolutely do not want to give any type of press coverage for. Anthony Beale is intelligent. He has a wonderful professional temperament, very articulate, not emotional, clear-cut, concise, to the point. Receipts on demand. This is not the type of person they want. So this is why they bypass somebody like him. This is one of the reasons why I have so much respect for him.
Her and her organization have been pushing here in the city of Chicago. And, I'm sorry that she wasn't thoroughly vetted and she should not be on the payroll. And, I actually joined the course or the choir to have her removed immediately. She should not be on the government payroll. She should not be paid by taxpayer dollars. And if these are the type of people that the mayor wants to surround himself with, then, that explains exactly why the city is in turmoil and chaos that you see right now. We are in the middle of a dysfunctional administration. When you fire 4 people in IGA.
I mean, look at this, man. This is a city councilman saying this. Brandon Johnson's administration is dysfunctional.
Yep. That's how you gotta say it.
Got more folks to abolition.
So, Alderman, that was allegedly the voice of Kennedy Bartley, Mayor Johnson's managing deputy of external relations. She was just given a promotion of sorts. Your reaction?
Well, first of all, it wasn't allegedly. That was her. And those are her views. And those are the agenda that her and her organization have been pushing here in the city of Chicago, and thoroughly vetted, and she should not be on the payroll. And, I actually joined the course or the choir to have her removed immediately. She should not be on the government payroll. She should not be paid by taxpayer dollars. And if these are the type of people that the mayor wants to surround himself with, then, that explains exactly why the city is in IGA for no apparent reason. Those were 4 African-American women that were doing a great job building relationships, but then you hire someone who's radical to be over them with those kind of views. I think we are definitely in troubled water right now, and we need to make sure that she gets fired immediately and be removed from city government.
Alderman Beale, in his own words, thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Good Day Chicago.
I'm Dr. Joe Dispenza, and I'm going to show you how to rewire your brain.
We have a history that we're only...
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you have...
All right, y'all. Now to end it now. Slay Chain sold the menu.
No, like, come on, we can't do this issue at the again.
Why?
Because, like, let's be over it. I'm
That's
over
really
it.
quick.
Over it. So over, Felly.
It's
You
really
like,
quick.
you talking to the other half. The other half is, like, forward.
Literally 10 minutes. Forward. And I gotta go to the bathroom anyway, so let it play.
All right, we'll let TD about let Tony give us the breakdown again.
Haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps to make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button, so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does help to give me a slight boost in the YouTube algorithm as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed back to Springfield, Ohio. And I have a feeling this is most likely going to be our last time headed to Springfield, Ohio, because there's not much news left over there, right? But what we are going to discuss today is something that is not circulating throughout mainstream media news, because, of course, it goes against the narratives that they would like to push. But before I get into the main part of this video, let's talk about the narratives that they were very happy to push up until this point and what we're getting ready to discuss today. Now, it wasn't that long ago, heck, the day before yesterday and yesterday, where when this information came out from the Ohio governor concerning the dog and cat migrant eating situation allegedly in Springfield, Ohio, the governor came out and made this statement. And of course, it made its rounds throughout mainstream media, and everybody from CNN to MSNBC and all the DNC state propaganda networks, they were very happy to promote this statement from the Ohio governor. And the Ohio governor stated this: Ohio Governor Mike DeWine on Sunday denounced claims promoted by former President Donald Trump that Haitian immigrants are eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio, calling them hurtful and non-helpful. There's a lot of garbage on the internet, and this is a piece of garbage that was simply not true. There's no evidence of this at all, DeWine told ABC's This Week. These are positive influences on our community in Springfield, and any comment about that otherwise, I think, is hurtful and is not helpful to the city of Springfield and the people of Springfield. DeWine noted that there is no evidence of the claims spread by Trump, his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, and others, adding that the mayor of Springfield and the city's police chief have both said there is no evidence of any truth to them. So like I said, the DNC state propaganda media, they were very happy to hear this information coming from the governor, who is a Republican, by the way, and they were very happy to spread this. On top of spreading this message, they were also very happy to run on Hyperloop articles like this. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. This is from the Washington Post, but I'll just read, we'll just say a paragraph's worth of information from here. The Haitian eatery cooks were preparing for Thursday's lunch rush when the phone rang. Got any cats or dogs? A mocking voice asked. Roman Pierre, the 41-year-old manager of Rose Goûter Creole, didn't want to alarm his staff. Pierre summoned his customer service politeness. No, he replied, but we have chicken and pork. A crackpot call was a minor disruption compared with that morning's bomb threat on City Hall, conveyed in a message the mayor described as hateful towards immigrants. Oh, the mainstream media was happy to hear that. Whenever they get news like this, they are so happy to hear it. Bomb threats. And we heard about this over and over again. I believe it was 30 to 33 bomb threats that have been called into numerous institutions throughout Springfield, Ohio, attempting, I guess, essentially threatening to blow up institutions, in the name of saving the cats and saving the dogs in the city, right? But What mainstream media didn't pick up on was not too long afterwards, that same governor who said that the dog and cat eating situation was garbage also called the bomb threats a hoax. And of course, mainstream media did not pick up on that. Now, what I want to do, because I can show you better than I can tell you, and also better than I can read to you, I want to play what the Ohio governor had to say concerning these bomb threats being a hoax. So let's get into these to that news clip, I should say, right now.
We have received at least 33 separate bomb threats, each one of which has been responded to, and each one of whom has been found as a hoax. So 33 threats, 33 hoax. I want to make that very, very clear. None of these had any validity at all.
Now, do you think that the mainstream media, the DNC mainstream media, state propaganda wing of the DNC, do you think that they made it a point to update their articles concerning the bombing situations, right? The hoax, 33 bombs calls, what did he say? 33 threats, 33 hoax. Do you think that they updated their articles? Do you think that they retracted any of their articles and retracted any of their statements and they retracted any of their fear mongering? Do you think that they put out new articles with updated information concerning what the governor said? No, of course not. Of course, that didn't happen. At the time of this current recording, today is September 17th, 7:13 p.m. as I'm recording this right now. This screenshot that I'm showing you right here, or that I'm going to put up on a screen right now, this is a screenshot that I took, I want to say around 12 o'clock my time. All right. I want to say about 12 p.m. Los Angeles time, Pacific Standard Time. And look at the wall of news that came up, right? Even in the midst of the governor making a statement that all the bomb threats were a hoax. They were a hoax. 33 threats, 33 hoax. Do you think that I would get a wall of news stating that this is all a hoax? No, of course not. Why would they do that? Of course, the only update that you would see here would come from Fox News. Ohio governor contradicts Democrat narrative with damning revelation, right, about bomb threats. Of course, Fox News would have that update. But as it pertains to, let's say, the New Republic, no. Trump's racist migrant theory keeps terrorizing Ohio town. What, with hoaxes? Ohio city schools get extra police as bomb threats follow false Trump claims from The Guardian. But did they update their information? Of course not. Associated Press, Ohio State Police to protect schools after furor over Haitian immigrants. Nope, no updates over there. How about the New York Times? Ohio governor sending state police to Springfield after rash bomb scares. Once again, the bomb scares were a hoax. But as you can see here, no one is updating their information at all whatsoever, because it's not about the actual truth. As the DNC, who apparently they're all filled with nothing but a bunch of benevolent angels, would like you all to believe. They would like you all to believe that they're about the truth, but they're not about the truth of anything. They're simply about their party. NBC News, more than 30 bomb threats made in Springfield, Ohio. No updates. CNBC, Springfield, Ohio, at least 33 bomb threats. Prompt daily. Troopers, CNN, troopers to patrol schools in Springfield, Ohio after threats. I can go on and on and on with this. The Garden, Ohio city schools get extra police as bomb threats follow. You could just keep going. NBC is the devil. NBC is the devil. There's another NBC News. Bomb threats force second consecutive day of school, I would say, obviously, to be over, right? But the point is I just wanted to take a moment to highlight the hypocrisy of the DNC media. because even in the face of updated news and updated information, they won't actually update the information that they put out to the public. They want to run with the foolishness that they want to run with, while pretending to be these benevolent angelic beings that are all about truth, peace, and equality. And that couldn't be further from the truth. As I always say, the people that say that they are protecting democracy the most are the most against it. They're the most against freedom of speech. They are the most pro-censorship. And when it comes to spinning, no one does a spin job like the DNC and the news outlets that represent them. So with all that being said, that does it for today's news. I just wanted to give you that little tidbit of information because obviously you're not going to hear anything about it on mainstream media, but you will hear about that information here on TD Media. So with that being said, thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble. That is extremely important that you follow me on Telegram and Rumble. Both my Telegram and Rumble links are in the description box below and will be pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. And until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show looking at the escalating threats of violence against Haitian immigrants as Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance continue to double down on their racist lies, falsely accusing Haitians living in Springfield, Ohio, of eating people's pets and other animals in the outdoors. On Saturday, 2 Springfield hospitals were forced to go on lockdown after receiving bomb threats. This was at least the 4th such case after a bomb threat on Thursday prompted authorities to order the evacuation of Springfield City Hall and several municipal buildings. Springfield Mayor Rob Rue said the threat came in an email from someone angry over the city's resettlement of Haitian immigrants. 2 colleges in Springfield, Wittenberg University and Clark State College, also received shooting and bombing threats over the weekend, prompting officials to cancel events and move classes online. On Sunday, Vance defended the far-right racist lies during an interview with CNN's Dana Bash.
The Clark County Sheriff and the Ohio Department of Natural Resources reviewed 11 months of 911 calls. They only identified 2 instances of people alleging Haitians were taking geese out of parks. They found 0 evidence to substantiate those claims. Also, other evidence that you have talked about, even you've retweeted alleged evidence, are unsourced social media videos from a different city, apparently no connection to Haitians. And this is from a conservative activist who offered a $5,000 reward for such things. And then going just backly to the schools and the hospitals and so forth being overwhelmed, nobody is disputing that the town of Springfield, Ohio needs help. But you're not just a bystander, you're the senator from Ohio. So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing, why not actually be constructive in helping to better integrate them into the community? Because there are a lot of employers there who say that the Haitian workers are helping fill jobs that they need desperately filled.
Dana, first of all, let me just respond to a couple of things that you said, but I want to start with something you said, which I think is frankly disgusting and is more appropriate for a Democratic propagandist than it is for an American journalist. There is nothing that I have said that has led to threats against these hospitals. These hospitals, the bomb threats and so forth, it's disgusting. The violence is disgusting. We condemn it. We condemn all violence.
Senator, this happened after you and President Trump were on the debate stage, said that cats and dogs were being eaten.
Meanwhile, Republican Ohio Governor Mike DeWine told ABC News Sunday Trump and Vance's remarks about Haitians were garbage and simply not true.
And here's a question I never thought I would have to ask, but do you see any evidence as governor of the state that Haitian immigrants are eating pets?
No, absolutely not. That's what the mayor said. That's what the chief of police has said. I think it's unfortunate that this came up. Let me tell you what we do know, though. What we know is that the Haitians who are in Springfield are legal. They came to Springfield to work. Ohio is on the move, and Springfield has really made a great resurgence with a lot of companies coming in. These Haitians came in to work for these companies. What the companies tell us is that they are very good workers. They're very happy to have them there. And frankly, that's helped the economy.
So that's the Republican governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine. Meanwhile, during a campaign event in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, Trump repeated his threats of carrying out mass deportations beginning in Springfield if he's reelected in November.
We're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country, and we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora.
Trump was referring to Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora, Colorado. For more, we're joined here in our New York studio by Guerline Joseph, co-founder and executive director of Haitian Bridge Alliance, which is an immigrant advocacy organization that provides humanitarian assistance to Haitians and other Black immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you for the first time in our New York studio, Guerline. If you can talk, first of all, about what's going on in Springfield, Ohio. But when the community receives threats like this in one city, from the hospital lockdown, elementary schools closed, colleges going online, threats of bombings, threats of school shootings, this affects more than the community of Springfield.
Thank you so much, Amy, for having me. And that is the reality. And that's what we continue to say. Those type of narratives, when they think they're only attacking one person, one community, it has ripple effects. The reality now in Springfield, the entire community's lives are at risk. And what we are saying is currently, this has been a tactic that's being used, fear, division. And this is a time for all people in cities like Springfield to come together and fight against those hateful speech that literally are creating those security issues in Springfield and also in other places across the United States.
Let's talk about the tens of thousands of Haitians who have come to Springfield. The Republican governor himself saying these are legal immigrants who've come to work. The corporations here love them. We're talking about a dying Rust Belt town.
Absolutely. And we have a cohort, the Haitian Bridge Alliance have a cohort of people that we have been working with to really train them, to have them to fill those extremely needed positions. And what we see and what we know and understand is that as the city of Springfield was in a decline, those Haitian people came there, they revitalized the economy, they paid their taxes, and they are really supporting to create a vibrant community in Springfield. And that is the reality, and that is the story that needs to be done. Just like the elected officials in Springfield, you heard from the governor, you heard from the mayor, you heard from the sheriff office, that these people are there and they are supporting, revitalizing the economy, revitalizing the culture, and we need to make sure that is the reality, because those false narrative that continues to create this atmosphere of fear, not only for the Haitian community, but for every single person living in Springfield, is dangerous and cannot continue.
The mayor of Springfield was pleading for the federal authorities. Now, let's remember, J.D. Vance is not only the vice presidential nominee, he's the Ohio senator. In fact, he represents all of Springfield. Talk about why tens of thousands of Haitians were essentially invited to Springfield.
They needed help, basically. And I remember in one of the earlier articles from the New York Times, it literally said, we prayed for a miracle and the Haitians came. That's what someone from Springfield said when they really were trying to see what are the contributions of the Haitians. We prayed for a miracle and the Haitians came. And that's the reality. And as we are looking into people who are supposed to be leading our country, people who are supposed to be creating opportunities, they are the same one creating the division. And we really understand this is really rooted in anti-Black racism and in white supremacists.
I wanted to go to Haitians living in Springfield, Ohio. who said they feared for their safety after J.D. Vance made false and derogatory claims about their community members eating pets. This is Rose Tamar Joseph, Secretary of Haitian Community Health and Support Center in Springfield.
Since Monday, after the tweet of the Senator Vance, the Asian community in Springfield are a little bit shocked and frustrated. And a lot of them are maybe talking about leaving Springfield. A lot of them are, there is so much fears in the community. Asian people are hard workers, and this is the first reason that Asian people are here in Springfield. It's because they heard about the job opportunities in Springfield and around Springfield.
And this is a Haitian who has been living in Springfield for a year and has 2 young children. Mark did not want to reveal his last name, didn't want to be seen on camera. He told reporters his children have been bullied by other kids, also threatened by teachers. He said he also had to quit his job because he was being harassed at work.
Since last year, they are facing a lot of problems at school. Like, they were bullied by other kids, and I had to send email, address the situation several times to the principal. And I had to move to another neighborhood because I was like scared for them, and they were like very traumatized, especially after all these things that's saying in the social media that we're eating dogs. In our culture, we don't eat dogs. That's ridiculous. And even we have local officers say that there's no evidence, and we see people are very aggressive against us in Springfield. At work, I quitted my job like last week because we was harassed, retaliate, even like they tried to demote me because as a guy, employees would call me Asian, call me at work, and the company didn't do nothing. And I think it is not good. But I don't really feel like actually I'm welcome in Springfield.
So that's a Haitian resident of Springfield, Ohio. Also this weekend, far-right groups started to come into town, like the Proud Boys, who marched Saturday in some parts of Springfield. Guerline Joseph, if you can talk about the program under which Haitians legally come to the United States, temporary protected status. Well, Trump wanted to end it. He didn't. He couldn't. And the Biden administration didn't start it, but has continued TPS.
Yes, thank you so much, Amy. And there are 2 programs. There's the CHNV program that is for Cuban, Haitian, Venezuelan, Nicaraguan. A lot of people have come legally, regularly to the program. Yeah, they have people who sponsor them when they come. And then TPS, temporary protected status, is, as you mentioned, a protected status that former President 45 tried to eliminate. And the community and organizations, advocates took him to court, and we were able to fight it. And right now we have a new redesignation and extension of TPS for Haitians who are already in the US. So therefore those people, they have the work permits and they are able to really provide for themselves. And not only that, they pay their taxes and they are able to really continue to be an integral part of the American society. And I also want to highlight that the Haitians have always been an integral part of the very fabric of the United States. That has been historically the fact. And we have people, I personally know people who have been in Ohio, in Springfield, since the 1950s, Amy. So these people have not only been there continuously to provide and support, and now we have a new flow of Haitians who are coming and also fulfilling not only their dreams, but also the dreams of cities that they are in. But that is not the first time that we hear those narratives from the United States, really blaming Haitians for bringing HIV/AIDS into the United States, from 45 saying that he doesn't want people from asshole countries such as Haiti and Nigeria, but he does want people from Eastern Europe who are blue eyes, blonde hair. So we really, really understand those realities also, that when we talk about immigration and we talk about the people we don't want here, we are talking about Black and brown. And we want to highlight that. And to go back to the TPS, we continue to ask for TPS for majority Black countries and for South American countries, for Honduras and Mauritania, and those haven't happened. But when it came to other countries, and what we tell the United States and what we tell the Biden administration as well is, the way we receive the Ukrainians should not be an exception. It should be the rule. And we really cannot allow people like Mr. Vince and Mr. Trump's and Elon Musk and all of those people to continue those narratives that are literally taking every ounce of dignity, every ounce of humanity out of my community. I, in my community, the Haitian community, have given their lives for the United States. We have the people such as Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable, who is the founder of Chicago. We have Karen Jean-Pierre, who is the literally, the press secretary. So these are the people for the White House. These are the caliber of people, and it is insulting for Mr. Vince and for 45 Jr. to come to the media and say Haitians have low IQs because we are coming from a third world country, therefore we have low IQs. The disrespect that they continue to bring is just unacceptable.
In 2016, then presidential candidate Donald Trump spoke on the campaign trail when he visited Little Haiti in Miami, Florida. He vowed to be a champion for the Haitian American community.
Whether you vote for me or you don't vote for me, I really want to be your greatest champion, and I will be your champion, whether you vote for me or not.
Yet you have, of course, Trump reportedly calling African nations, El Salvador and Haiti, I won't say the word, S-hole countries, sparking international firestorm when he reportedly said during a meeting with lawmakers at the White House, why do we want all these people from Haiti, from Africa here? These are S-hole countries. We should have more people from Norway. If you could talk about, in the last 2 months, there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump, which of course should make him even more sensitive to violence against people, targeting people, the kind of fears that the Haitian community feels around the United States right now. During the debate, because President Trump made all these kinds of comments that have led to thousands of memes of ridicule of President Trump talking about eating pets, did you feel that Kamala Harris spoke out enough against the stereotyping, the caricaturing, the vilification of immigrants in that debate?
It is unfortunate, Amy. The reality is we have not seen the support that is needed. At this point, we are in a state where we have one party that is dragging us into the mud, that is literally creating hate speech that could turn into violence, and we have not received the support that we need from the Vice President and the Democratic Party. So we do hope that they do bring more support into pushing back against those false narratives, because at the end of the day, it is part of what we are trying to create, a better world for all people. So we really would like to see more of a support coming from that side as well.
And you're going to the White House next.
Yes, so we continue to push, and we are having different meetings, and we are looking into how to make sure that, because the reality, Amy, history will judge all of us harshly if we don't handle this properly, if we don't support those who are in need, if we don't make sure that we remove those anti-Black racism, white supremacist ideologies.
In terms of electoral politics, the race that might be most affected by this is the very closely contested Ohio Senate race of longtime Senator Sherrod Brown up against Trump-backed Republican candidate Bernie Moreno, who went to Springfield on Saturday morning and said he supports deporting the Haitians of Springfield.
I don't, Amy, I think most of people are so confused, they don't even understand what they are talking about. Deporting the Haitians of Springfield to where? They don't understand that those people are an integral part of the community, integral part of the economy. They pay their taxes. Even when they talk about the strength that the string that's being put into, the school, and they have to hire more translators and more interpreters, that's what happens. And those people are paying into their taxes to be able to get those services. They are not free services, right? And we really want people to understand it's not just, hey, these are happening, but we have to have the context behind the realities. The realities are we have a city that was in decline, and they made a plea, and people came, and those people happened to be Black, and they happened to be Haitian, and they happen to be doing the work that is needed. They are at work on time. They are providing for their families. They are putting into the economy by paying the taxes. And that is the reality we need to highlight as we continue this unfortunate debate.
What has horrified many Republican candidates around the country and supporters of Trump is the woman that he's traveling with. It seems to be everywhere. I'm not talking about Melania Trump. She hasn't been seen since the campaign. But Laura Loomer, I think she's a 31-year-old far-right influencer. She is seen everywhere with him. Looking at a BBC report right now, Trump said he was repeating claims he'd heard on television, but the theory was aired by Ms. Loomer just a day before the debate. On Monday, the fringe pundit and social media influencer repeated the claims to her 1.2 million followers. An anonymous source close to the Trump campaign told U.S. news outlet Semaphore they were 100% concerned about Loomer's proximity to Trump. Your final comments.
Anti-Black racism, white supremacist, and that we just have the proof. And at this point, we feel like, as you mentioned earlier, in 2016, he came and said, we are going to be your champion. Now he completely is saying, I don't care, right? And the reality is we have to understand that this is about race. It is about the future of America. It is about pushing back against the narrative of the browning of America. It is about keeping America white. It is about making sure that Black and brown immigrants are vilified. It is about creating division. But we are calling on the American people, from Ohio to California, from New York to Chicago, to stand against those false narratives, to say no, not in our names. We will not continue to allow people to be dehumanized, to be demonized, to be vilified for the purpose and personal gains of certain people who absolutely right now cannot and should not be in power.
Yolene Joseph, co-founder and executive director of Haitian Bridge Alliance, an immigrant advocacy group that provides humanitarian assistance to Haitians and other Black immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa.
You could not be me. Be like a word. You are not safe here in the world. Like wrong spot. Go back to the sanctuary. Sanctuary cities in Denver. You know, rural. They only can do is drive by up in the look at that. We walk 4 blocks, 15, 20, 30 blocks.
Kaylin,
Let's go.
All right.
We can't find it.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see the screen.
Close it down.
I gotta get to this one.
No, cuz shut it down.
And then I'll close
No, shut it down. Shut it down, cuz what's the topic?
the top.
Thank you.
Trump
Thank
vows
you.
to deport Haitian
Go
migrants
ahead and
from Springfield, Ohio.
Good.
We're less than 8 weeks away from Election Day, and both the Trump and Harris campaigns are bringing their messages to battleground states across the country. Vice President Harris is focusing on central Pennsylvania today. She arrived in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, a little over an hour ago, and from there she'll head to Wilkes-Barre for a rally this evening. Both of those stops are in counties that Trump won in 2020. Donald Trump held a news conference in Rancho Palos Verdes, California earlier. He spoke for a while and at one point pledged to carry out, quote, large deportations from Springfield, Ohio. That's the city dealing with baseless claims from some on the right who have said Haitian migrants are eating pets, which has been debunked. He's heading to Las Vegas for a rally later tonight, marking his 7th campaign trip to the city this election cycle.
No.
We do have Caitlin Huey Burns. So, Caitlin, thanks for being with us and joining us here on CBS News 24/7. What are some of your takeaways?
Hey, great to be with you. Well, the former president just wrapped up that press conference and just walked up the stairs to his property. The big headlines today, not disavowing Laura Loomer, the conspiracy theorist who has been traveling with the former president over the past couple of days, joined him on his plane, accompanied him to the 9/11 memorial services. She is someone who has called 9/11 an inside job, and she's also been issuing racist statements about Kamala Harris. I asked the former president if he would disavow those statements, and he essentially refused to do so, claiming that he had not seen them and that she is able to do and say what she wants, and he called her a loyal supporter. That's significant because you have had Republicans on Capitol Hill like Marjorie Taylor Greene who have been urging the former president to disavow those comments. You also heard from the North Carolina Republican senator saying that that has no room in the party. So you have had loyal defenders of the former president urging him to disavow Laura Loomer, and he declined to do so today. Another big takeaway is that he is not backing down from those, elevating those debunked claims about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, especially as we've learned today that there were bomb threats or a school was evacuated because of threats in Springfield. And yesterday, Springfield City Hall also said that they had to evacuate some municipal buildings because of threats. So the former president digging in on those remarks, arguing that they highlight the immigration crisis as he sees it.
Caitlin, what can you tell us tonight about what else we can expect in Nevada, and what does it tell you about the voters that Trump is trying to court?
Yeah, so later tonight, he will head to Las Vegas for a rally. Nevada is a key battleground state, and it has become very competitive. And the former president has tried to court especially Latino voters in the state, but also hospitality workers, union workers. He proposed a no tax on tips policy a few months ago. Kamala Harris then proposed a similar one, but he has been campaigning there on that policy. So he'll have a rally there tonight to try to, close the gap in Nevada, which Democrats have been winning it over the past several cycles. But this time around, it is a very, very close race there.
Caitlin Huey Burns, thank you so much for jumping in front of a camera for us.
All right.
This is you.
So-
And this is your first hunch of the.
So, according to Donald Trump, this is critical. And y'all know John Legend is from Springfield, Ohio. That's his hometown.
Do it.
He said he has never seen or heard about Haitians eating pets.
Eating the dog.
Ever.
Eating the cat.
I mean, common sense, cuz. Like, where's the fucking common sense? This shouldn't even be a discussion.
Common sense is uncommon, he says.
This is stupid. Like, if they don't do it in their own country, they're not gonna come over here where everything's fucking like a free for all and do that, because it's so difficult to catch a motherfucking cat. But like, I watched the whole fucking thing. Dude said, "Where do you see any pets walking around this bitch to catch?" Come on, Jesse J. Wake up and fucking cut it off. Wake up.
Ever. The whole time.
Come on.
Yeah, that.
It's impossible. The answer is not happening. They lied. They made a big old thing. Put people in danger. Alleged bomb threats. Okay, got it. Click. Shut up.
No, legit.
Shut it off.
Let's go. Okay.
You didn't even talk about Colorado because, like, shut it down.
Fail.
Epic fail. Shut it down.
Talking about Colorado.
Shut it down.
We're talking about Colorado for like a whole month
No,
straight.
we haven't.
Yes, we have.
No, we haven't.
Yes, we have. Go through our archives. You'll see.
So what? We live here. Shut it down. Shut it down. Let's go.
I'm trying, but you won't stop talking.
Like, I don't want you to play that video.
Thank you for tuning in.
I'm like, yeah, somebody got to take control.
Season 4, episode 25.
Hopefully, the end of Frontline Black
Part
News for
3. Continuation. We get to continuate like I wanted to.
No, because you got like 6 more videos of that.
Only 2 more videos.
That's a lie. That is a goddamn lie. You know it. Because you lie, it's smiling. You know you're lying right now.
3 at the most.
No, 6 more, dude. It was a ridiculous amount of like 45-minute long videos of this fucking cat dog bullshit. Man, like, I'm over it. So over it. I was over it like 3 days ago.
Eating the dogs. So, yeah, thank y'all for tuning in.
It would just be funny if you just found the clip. That way you can get it out your system laugh. But you didn't find it, so you can't do it.
Yeah. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to our platforms for Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook.
Which will finally happen.
Yay! Welcome back. And it's the Black is Black Experience Enhanced. We had a lovely show last night on Facebook and YouTube. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and black empowerment. Channing Krumah, House District 8. Colorado State House of Representatives for District 8. Signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city and sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Say bye, Liddy J.
Bye. 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 It's like stay dangerous.
Keep your heads on the swivel.
We'll see you Saturday.
We'll see you on Friday.
Up for Black News.
Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Oh yeah, Friday. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Save great time. Save great space.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Peace.